I'm calling this hearing to order. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, June 11th, 2025. The time is 9:53 in the morning, and this hearing is being held in room 412 in the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded and will be available on the council's website at www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of this hearing is the mayor's proposed budget for the District of Columbia Public Schools. This is the fifth hearing that the Committee of the Whole has had on the mayor's proposed budget. Three of the preceding hearings were on education agencies. Our last hearing on specific agencies will be this Friday, June 13th at, I believe, 9:30 in the morning, where we will be hearing testimony regarding the proposed budget for the Council of the District of Columbia and for the Commission on Arts and Humanities. This is the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026, and testimony is welcome with regard to the mayor's proposed revisions to the current year, known as the Supplemental Budget Act for fiscal year 2025. On June 18th, the Committee of the Whole will be having a hearing on all of the mayor's legislation related to the budget. That would be the fiscal year 2025 supplemental budget proposal, the fiscal year 2026 budget, the Budget Support Act, the Federal Portion Budget Request Act. That will be on June 18th. The council is scheduled to take up the budget and vote on July 14th and July 28th. We received the budget roughly 2 months late this year. We received it on May 27th, the day after Memorial Day, rather than the day that had been agreed to, which was April 2nd. With that, we had a hearing the other day regarding the proposed budget for the District of Columbia Public Schools, that is DCPS, where we heard testimony from non-government witnesses. Today, we will hear testimony from government witnesses, of which I believe there's one, the Chancellor, joined by two folks. So why don't you proceed, Chancellor Farabee, and good morning, and then we will have questions. There's one council member online at the moment. I suspect more will join because you're a very popular guy.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council members. I'm Dr. Louis D. Farabee, Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. Thank you to all of our students, our educators, our parents, our partners, community members, and elected officials who spoke on Friday. Our students benefit when we hear from the broader education community at forums like this, and a strong public education system is a central component of Mayor Bowser's transformational Grow DC agenda. Our schools attract and keep people in DC. When our students are prepared for what's next, they thrive, they pursue careers here, and they support our city. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, DCPS continues to be recognized as the fastest improving urban public school district in the United States. Families continue to choose DCPS with over 52,000 students enrolling this fall, the highest number since 2007. At the time when there's declining public school enrollment in districts around the country, DCPS continues to lead. DCPS has also improved the retention of educators over the last decade. This fall, 82% of teachers returned to their school and 89% returned to work in DCPS. And importantly, our graduation rates continue to improve, the highest percentage of DCPS students graduating last school year than ever before. DCPS is a strong public school system, and we continue to make investments that drive student success. Because of the language included in the continuing resolution passed by the House, DCPS took several steps to slow down spending in fiscal year 2025. These steps included instituting a hiring freeze at central services and reducing non-personnel spending. Thank you to everyone at DCPS who worked hard to navigate the challenge together. By taking these steps, DCPS, like many other government agencies, avoided summer furloughs and layoffs, and our school buildings are open this summer for summer school and summer programming and enrichment programming. And capital projects are moving ahead as planned. As we address the fiscal realities, DCPS is directing our resources towards investments that we know make the greatest impact on our students, our classroom teachers. and the quality instruction they provide for our scholars. This fiscal year 2026 budget demonstrates this commitment through several key elements. One, a new school sustainability fund that guarantees schools can afford the appropriate number of classroom teachers. Secondly, DCPS is working to optimize class sizes district-wide while reorganizing and recognizing each school's unique needs. Principals maintain autonomy over certain budget decisions and ensure adequate staffing aligned to enrollment and also to teacher-to-student ratios. DCPS will continue to provide additional funding to schools that see more students enrolling than projected. At DCPS, we are committed to continuous improvement, and we have heard the feedback from our communities and this council about the need for increased stability in school-level budgets. We are confident that budgets before this school year and what we've shared for 2026 share in this goal, as you will see in the budget. On average, the DCPS schools saw a 8% increase. And we also know that many schools on average saw increases in alignment with the WTU salary increase, which at least 3% would be in their budget. Schools with enrollment decrease of 10% or more were the only schools that see declines in their school budgets. As you know, DCPS educators remain strong and remain the highest paid among the nation. We stand committed to our strategic school investments that will sustain the district progress in these key areas such as enrollment, retention of effective educators, and graduation rates, and DCPS commitment to the people and programs that make our schools strive stronger than ever. While investing in our educators, it is critical, we know that the schools receive the appropriate support, and I'm pleased to share that several centralized service investments in fiscal year 2026 will continue this work. DCPS continues to provide students with devices for learning, including laptops, classroom interactive boards, and tablets, supported by high-quality infrastructure, and DCPS will invest $45 million on staff and student technology, data systems, and technology support. We will continue to fund over 300 security personnel, which includes our security cameras, metal detectors, and other investments to promote safety for our students at the cost of $38 million. We want our schools to be safe and welcoming space for our educators so we can focus on teaching and learning. We will continue to see growth and improvement in our food service nutrition services with more students ever before participating in our school lunch programming. By contracting with 3 providers and operating our own program at 8 schools, we continue to serve over 10 million meals to students next year. This investment includes $31 million for DCPS supported work by also including $35 million in federal and interagency funds as well. To ensure that students have the supplies they need, DCPS provides each teacher with a $250 supply card where they can purchase school supplies in accordance with the WTU contract at a cost of $1.5 million annually. Finally, next school year budget includes $16 million to pay for substitute teachers so that absences due to illness or other reasons do not interrupt the learning for our students. This is an increase of $7 million and would align with the substitute budget with actual spending patterns. DCPS schools can also budget for a full-time substitute on staff, and many schools are deciding to do so. As Mayor Bowser has shared, some right-sizing is also necessary. While no furloughs or layoffs are occurring this summer, we do expect that there will be reductions to central services budget, with a workforce reduction in fiscal year 26 estimated at 6%. This will be the 3rd year in a row that central services will see a decrease in the overall funding. Although the impact of these reductions will be challenging, I am committed to being timely and communicative and supportive as possible with our staff who will be impacted. I also want to speak about our investment that was not included in our proposed budget. DCPS supports hundreds of educators with sponsorships for temporary non-immigrant visas through our H-1B program and a small group of educators with our permanent residency through our Green Card program. While the H-1B program will continue, we have made the difficult decision to cease sponsoring new educators for Green Cards. This sponsorship was a resource-intensive work requiring DCPS to pay filing fees, employ additional staff, and altogether, we estimate this program will cost approximately $20,000 per educator. In this budget environment, the cost to sponsor new educators was just simply too high, and we will no longer sponsor new educators for Green Cards, but we will continue to support the small group of educators who've already begun this process. At DCPS, we are proud of the many projects we have done to improve our facilities for our students, our educators, and the broader school communities. Students deserve to learn in world-class facilities, and Mayor Bowser's proposed capital improvement plan reflects this commitment to a clean, safe, and modernized learning spaces. And here are a few highlights to share of those spaces. We are poised to invest $2 billion over the next 6 years in 30 modernizations and $150 million in small capital projects. That includes an investment of over $500 million in capital projects during fiscal year 26. We recently opened modernized facilities at Dale Middle School, Dorothy Height Elementary School, Francis Education Campus, Garfield Elementary, Minor Elementary, Brown Education Campus, and Whitlock Elementary School. In the coming months, Adams, Truesdale, Stoddard, Lotater, Leckley, Coolidge, Kenilworth, Swing, Space, and Plummer will complete modernizations or major additions. Next year, Barnard, Hardy, and the soon-to-be John Thompson High School will complete major additions, while Malcolm X, J.L. Wilson, Tubman, and Thomas will all complete their modernizations. When we invest in our schools, in centralized services and supports, we know that our students succeed, whether that be our facilities, our students benefit. When our families choose DCPS, we know that they are choosing a system that is strong and thriving. Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2026 budgets continues this commitment to investing in our public education system. We thank you for the opportunity to testify. We look forward to answering your questions at this time. With me today, Chairman and Council members, I have Deputy Chancellor Dr. Joanna Bay and also Deputy Chancellor Dr. Patrick Ashley.
Thank you, Chancellor. Give me just a second. If you would put us on a 15-minute timer, there'll be more than one round. My first question, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, each of you, for being here. My first question has to do with the proposed budget for Harriet Tubman Elementary School. That proposed budget for the school is about $1 million reduction. I don't have the exact number in front of me. Can you explain the justification for such a large decrease?
I can, Chairman. Thank you for that question. So as I shared in my testimony, most of our schools are seeing an increase in enrollment, and if they're stable or increasing, they are at least increasing by 3% or more. But we do have a few number of schools that are decreasing in their projected enrollment by double digits. One of those schools is Tubman Elementary School. And as a result, they will have less funding year over year. However, we have committed to the school community to continue to monitor their enrollment over the summer. Should they meet their projection or exceed their projection, we will evaluate the need to provide additional resources. It's also important to note that they requested additional budget assistance that we were responsive to and allocated additional positions in alignment with their needs.
Roughly how many FTEs are they losing?
We can share with you the year-over-year shift. We'll have the team pull that number.
Yeah, so in FY25, they had 107.5 staff. In FY26, they're budgeting 97 staff.
That's a reduction of 8? I didn't catch the numbers.
107.5 and then 97 was their submitted. And then they added 2 more positions with budget assistance. So it would be about 8 positions.
Okay. Chancellor, you said that you're tracking their enrollment. If it goes up, that is, if you see over the summer that it's going up, do you have the enrollment reserve to give them additional money?
We do have enrollment reserve. I know that it is not reflected in the budget. It may be presented where we don't have, but we actually have budgeted $2.8 million for budget assistance
And
for
where-
enrollment reserve.
And where is that?
Dr. Ashley will share a little bit more where you can find that in our budget.
Yeah, so the enrollment reserve is in its typical place, but it does look like it's been zeroed out. And that is because there's an errata that needs to be fixed of the $2.8 million that went towards salary reductions and got moved. And we're working with our OCFO partners to adjust.
So it'll be a shift of funds within the proposed budget.
That's correct.
Okay. Can you share that with us directly? We
Sure.
usually get the errata letter about a day before our markup, which is too late. Even if we get it a week before, it would be nice to have it when our markup is, which is the 25th.
Sure. And it's also included in your slides that we provided as a read ahead. I believe it's the second line down. It's showing $2.8 million, but we could follow up with that as well.
Okay. But the bottom line is that the errata letter will not say 2.8 million additional to this DCPS. It will say shifting from one line to this other line.
That's correct.
Chancellor, just to finish on Tubman, why is the enrollment down so much? Tubman's been doing great. I think its test scores have looked good. Why would there be so many, such a reduction?
I'm not sure. There'd be a number of different reasons that there could be a shift in enrollment, could be change in their special population. I know the school community has suggested that is related to their modernization and swing. However, that does change from time to time in some schools and impact their enrollment, but for some schools, it does not, or they realize an increase in their enrollment. But again, we've committed to monitoring their enrollment throughout the summer. Right now, they have not met their projected enrollment, but it's something that we'll monitor going into the start of school year in August.
Let me change the subject. Will the DCPS be paying security or other costs for its out-of-school time partners in fiscal year 2026?
We will be.
That was a yes.
That is correct.
And does that include summer programming?
Well, it does include summer programming. We're starting this summer with a collaboration between the Deputy Mayor of Education Office and DCPS. We will cost share where 50% of the costs will be funded through DCPS, and then 50% of the costs will be funded through the Deputy Mayor of Education's office for summer programming.
That's for the summer.
That is correct.
Okay. Let me ask you about the ASME contract. I recently spoke with ASME members who've been working without a contract for over a year. Why hasn't the district begun bargaining?
Can you repeat that question?
I recently spoke with ASME members who have been working without a contract for over a year. Why hasn't the district begun bargaining?
So in alignment with the mayor's order and the city administrator's order and hiring freezes, we have not entered into any negotiations with bargaining units at this time, given the current fiscal landscape. We'll continue to collaborate with OBPM and the city administrator when the appropriate time exists for us to enter in those negotiations.
Okay, well, the mayor's order or the mayor's order or CA's order was issued after the March House Appropriations or continuing resolution problem. The contract expired a year ago, so there was like lots of time before March to enter into negotiations. Why didn't that happen?
Well, we were managing other competing priorities at that time, as you know, in months prior to, we were extremely focused on our contract with the Washington Teachers Union. However, as you know, Chairman, the contract automatically renews into a new agreement based on the previous contract, but we remain committed to entering into those negotiations when the appropriate time comes.
Well, I'll just note that your testimony, you brag about how we have a great contract with WTU. Other workers appreciate good contracts, and NASB is not appreciating their current status.
It's duly noted. We do have other groups. We have the CSO that we've also talked to as well. So we do recognize that it's important to have a balanced commitment to compensation across our employee groups.
And as you know, once I start talking about these contracts, I'll bring them up every hearing. We may have a hearing on literacy, and I'll still bring it up. And in fact, my next question does deal with literacy. What's DCPS's plan to train all of its elementary school teachers in structured literacy?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. We're really proud that we have been a leader in the science of reading. We have started our training with our kindergartners. They've been our focus. We will complete all of our training for kindergarten teachers in the 25-26 school year via the DCPS Reading Clinic. And then we'll continue to train other grade levels as we complete kindergarten. Next group will be first grade.
So in FY26, it'll be all kindergartners?
Yeah, our plan is to complete all kindergarten teachers by the end of the 25-26 school year.
And then first graders?
Yeah, first grade teachers will be next. We're also training our paraprofessionals, our special education support staff, and also our English as a second language teachers as well.
But that will happen this coming school year, or that'll wait?
That will happen as soon as we finish kindergarten. But anybody that is in kindergarten, they will be focused. They'll be our focus for this current 25-26 school year that's upcoming. And then we will transition into first grade and then second grade and so on.
So it'll be 5 years before all the grades.
Well, I don't think it'd take us the entire school year to complete the kindergarten group. So it's not a grade level a year. It's just a sequence that we're using.
Got it. Now, I know that there's been testimony about OSSE's literacy study and roughly $10 million to implement it. Are you taking any steps with this budget to implement any of those recommendations?
I mean, we're monitoring carefully. I mean, we have made a commitment to continue to provide our educators with rich professional learning experiences, both in ELA and math, and we will do so. We're working with both on training, and so as the curriculum is revised, we'll create resources accordingly for our educators as well.
So what are you doing to improve math?
Yeah, so I appreciate you asking that question. So we have a deep commitment for math improvement, specifically around the professional learning experiences for our teachers. So we are partnering with Trinity Washington to offer credentialing for our teachers in math. We also have a math institute where we train our school leaders. And then we have some new features to our math plan on this upcoming school year. So I'll share a little bit, but then also turn over to Dr. Baker, share more. But we're changing our curriculum for elementary math. We're adding some content there. And then we also have our family engagement with math. And then we also have math competitions that promote problem solving with advanced math skills. But Dr. Baker can share a little bit more about our work in math as well.
Thank you, Chancellor. I feel like you did such a great job with that. The only additional information that I'll add to that is we're really focused on acceleration in mathematics. One of our goals for our strategic plan is to increase the number of students who are able to successfully take algebra in middle school or in 8th grade or by the 8th grade. And so we are working really closely with our elementary school leaders and teachers, as well as middle school, to make sure we have different pathways for students to get there.
So let me ask you, Chancellor, as I mentioned, there have been some advocates, and I think there's some council members who feel that we need to put more resources into, and when I say resources, money into literacy and math. How do you respond to them? Because it's kind of hard to argue, no, we don't want more money to improve literacy achievement or math achievement. How do you respond?
Well, I think the first thing we need to do is continue to maximize the resources we do have. And we're constantly thinking about how do we redirect resources? Are there strategies that we phase out, strategies that we add? For example, I mentioned earlier the enhancements that we're doing in terms of curriculum. Many of our teachers and school leaders have been a part of this curriculum shift that we have in our elementary grades. And I think that level of engagement allows us to understand what's working and not working. And we had a pilot program this year that was very successful. So I think, again, understanding what is moving the needle and continue to allocate resources accordingly. I think in a tighter fiscal environment, we will have to rely on philanthropy potentially as a resource as well. And then I think finally, schools have to be very intentional around the types of investments they make in math and English language arts, because there's less resources and less people in central services to support this work. Now, one of the most promising practices that we've seen that schools continue to invest in is our high impact tutoring and also the coaching supports that they provide for educators so that they're well versed and knowledgeable in the content that they're responsible for delivering and producing student mastery.
I'm running out of time, so let me shift. With regard to Bancroft Elementary School and I guess it's the pre-K grades, we would like to include the Bancroft Annex project in the capital plan. How much is needed for the project?
Yeah, so Dr. Ashley and his team have been working closely with Department of General Services on this facility and the updates that need to be made to support the pre-K program at Bancroft. So he'll share a little bit more about how it's going to be funded.
Yeah, thanks, Chancellor. So we believe that project is going to cost about between $25 and $30 million. We're still finalizing the scope of that project and in the early phases, although it is an expedited project, and so we'll have a better idea. What you'll see in the FY25 supplemental budget is there is about, I believe it's $22 or $23 million in there. It is mislabeled, and so that will be fixed in the errata as well. It's in the Junior Achievements Project.
Okay, can you, again, instead of our waiting for the errata letter, just send that to us?
Sure, we can.
Is it just junior achievement or is it also the purchase of the Henderson building?
It's a conglomeration of funds to make up that balance. So it's a Henderson project. It's the Junior Achievements Project. There's a couple funding sources, and so we can follow up with a full list.
And you'll give us that as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that, at this point, that's public and we're moving forward with that.
That is correct. We have communicated with the school community. They've been really pleased with our response. And the school will move into the space across from Roosevelt High School until that space is complete and ready for students to enter.
Thank you. There'll be another round. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Chancellor and team, for your testimony today. It's my understanding that there are cuts to social emotional learning and mental health support positions at schools, including at least 4 positions at Cardozo in Ward 1. Is that correct?
Any reductions at Cardozo would be related to their school budget. We wouldn't reduce those positions centrally.
Was their budget reduced then?
Well, we'll get you their numbers. We'll have the team check their budget, but I don't believe that there was a reduction to the budget. Yeah, we got confirmation, no changes to Cardozo's budget in terms of decreasing funds.
So none of those positions are funded centrally?
I'm not aware of any centrally funded positions for those
Not even mental
categories
health?
that you. Yeah, so all of the positions that they would hire typically would be school leader decisions.
Okay. Given concerns about chronic teacher vacancies, why hasn't DCPS invested in a permanent substitute program?
Yeah, so we want to first ensure that we have the appropriate number of substitutes available across the district. I think there's various use for substitutes. Some schools have higher utilization than others. Some desire to have a person there daily. And so we've given schools the option to purchase permanent subs if they choose to do that. However, we don't believe that that is an allocation that central services can provide, nor should be funded for every school in DCPS.
If permanent substitutes are left to individual schools to fund, what message does that send about DCPS's commitment to teacher retention and student success?
I think it means that we are giving schools the flexibility to address their substitute needs. We don't typically see an issue with coverage across the district for our traditional substitute response. Some schools prefer having the same person versus fluctuation in substitutes. And some people have relationships with certain substitutes that enjoy being in their building. And so I think if schools desire to have that person as permanent, they have the flexibility to do so. But our commitment is to ensure that when a teacher needs to be out, they're ill or for whatever reasons, that there is a substitute available to fill in for that day or days that they need a substitute.
Why has the connected schools manager position been shifted from central to school-based budgets?
Yeah, that was always our plan. We started this initiative with some grant funding. We've always communicated to schools that if schools were receiving grants for connected schools, that there would be a sunset of those resources. But we also, again, made it very clear that this is something that would start centrally so that schools can get off to a strong start, but ultimately needs to be owned and transition over to the school for full implementation.
Doesn't this effectively punish schools that need wraparound supports by making them choose between a connected schools manager and other core needs?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think schools make a lot of choices in the types of investments that they believe support best their school communities. We've seen some schools raise their hand and want this particular resource for their school community. We've also seen some school communities make other choices. But again, I think it's something that all of our school communities are challenged with and believe that the buy-in from the school level is the most critical piece for successful implementation.
Well, won't this shift burden some schools more than others who aren't able to afford the position?
We don't think so. We think there's a strong foundation at schools that are continuing to implement this strategy. But again, we were very clear from the onset that this was not a investment centrally in perpetuity.
I want to talk about the green card sponsorship program for DCPS teachers. I heard you talk about it in your testimony. How much funding has DCPS allocated for this program each fiscal year since the start of the program?
Well, one, it does vary. So we have some cohorts that we started with. They're in various places of their process for acquiring a green card. What we spent to date in each year, we can provide that information to you. I don't have that number today. But the dollars, more importantly, I think to know is the dollars that we were utilizing to fund the position that was dedicated to this and other supports were funded by federal recovery dollars that we no longer have access to. So that's really at the heart of our challenge with the ability to continue to provide that type of service, especially in the current economic environment that we're in with strained resources.
How many program participants was that funding meant to cover?
I believe the cohort was a size of 15, but it's a very small cohort of teachers that was associated with that pilot program.
Can you break down the cost per program participant?
Yeah, we're happy to provide that information to you of what we anticipate the costs have been. But again, there's about 15 in each cohort, totaling about 24 individuals from cohort 1 and cohort 2. But again, we project based on the cost for work of the team that was supporting this and also the fees associated with the green card process. As I said in my testimony, we estimate it's a cost about $20,000 per teacher that's in the process.
And how many educators have successfully received green cards since the program's inception?
I don't believe anybody's actually completed the process today. It takes about 6 years to complete the process, so we have none to date. So we are committed to the people that are currently in the process.
It
But-
takes 6 years?
Yes, at least
Okay.
5 to 6 years.
Okay. But isn't an H-1 visa only good for 6 years?
I thought your question was about a green card.
Yeah, I know, but the people getting the green cards are there on visas.
Yeah, so if you have a visa, we can help you renew your visa. But the green card process, as I understand, is a very different process because that's a path to permanent residency.
Yeah, I guess my point was that would mean you would have to start immediately with the H-1B visa holders if it took 6 years, because otherwise there would be no point. But I'll leave that alone. It's fine.
Yeah.
So you have 24 educators in progress right now across 2 cohorts, is that right?
Say that again?
You have 24 educators in the process across 2 cohorts right now?
Yeah, actually that number's down to 22. So there's 22 across the 2 cohorts.
Why? Is it down?
Some people may have left or may not be with DCPS. We had 2 members that were dropped out. I'm not sure why. I'm assuming they're no longer with DCPS.
Could you get that information, please?
Sure.
Okay. I want to know if that's the case or if it was that they were concerned about the new administration or something else.
So I just received an update from our team. So 1 member left DCPS and then another person received their green card through another process.
Okay. And the remaining 22, can you confirm they'll receive full support through the completion of their green card process?
That is correct, yes. We're committed to those individuals that are currently in the process, the 22 that I referenced earlier.
Can you clarify the timeline for that remaining support?
What do you mean?
How much longer till they get their green cards?
Again, it varies by person. It could be in the next 2 to 3 years or the next 3 to 4 years. It depends on each individual.
How many current DCPS educators are on H-1B visas?
We'll have our team gather that number. I'm told that there's 226.
Of those, how many are within a year of their H-1B visa expiring and
How many are what now?
within a year of their H-1B visa expiring?
Yeah, I don't know. We have that level of detail today, but we can certainly look back at the 226 and give you as much information as possible.
It's really important because what happens, you may know this, but what happens when their visa expires is they have to leave the country for a year, which means you lose a teacher. And
I think one of the things, if I can interrupt real quickly, I think
Sure.
one of the things to think about, Councilmember, is that we've gotten feedback from principals that there is somewhat a assumption that all these individuals are expected to return each year. And, principals still have the autonomy to select or make personnel decisions about who they think are the best people to support their school communities.
Oh, sure, obviously. But
Yeah.
the thing about it is, I mean, we've already heard we've lost educators in Ward 1 schools that was not the principal's choice. It was just because of their immigration status. we are at risk of losing at least 15 more between this year and next. And if you don't even know how many of the 220 are close to having their visa expires, then you have no idea if there's about to be a deluge of vacancies across the system, which is problematic, especially because everyone here has worked so hard to build up our dual language programs. So it just seems to me like we might be walking toward an avalanche if we don't readily understand the impact of that.
Yeah, well, that responsibility is primarily at the school level. And so principals should monitor closely where teachers are with their H-1B status. And if they need to be renewed, we offer support, but the school can also resource that well. But we
What
also,
schools legally aren't allowed to sponsor someone for a green card.
they can provide the resources.
They can
It's
provide
like-
the $10,000.
Yeah, just like we provide the resources centrally, the employee itself cannot provide the resources. But
So
the
like
school
every
can.
answer you've given me on whatever topic today has been that schools should just be able to source it from their budgets. And at some point, they just can't. I mean,
Well, I
that's the
think
point
the
of a central
reality
office is to augment some of the things that schools can't afford to do.
Yeah, but the reality is we give the majority of our resources to schools. And that's a reality.
Sure, just not the
my
6 things I've
testimony-
asked about in the hearing today.
If you think about our budget, this is our third consecutive year of reducing the budget centrally, right?
Yep.
And this is a consecutive year of the majority of our schools seeing an increase in their budget. If budgets continue to go up at schools and the budget continues to go down.
Right, but teachers' salaries have gone up. I mean, it's not a mystery why the school budgets are going up.
Right, but if you look at majority of the schools, on average, saw an 8% increase in a school's budget, which is significantly more than average teacher increase based on the WTU contract. So I'm just saying, if you follow the dollars, more resources are going to schools, less resources are going to centrally. And so I think this idea that we would support all these efforts centrally is just not a realistic expectation, especially in
Well, it might not be a realistic expectation, but it would be nice to have some honesty about it's going to be a hardship for certain schools, and it's going to exacerbate inequity. I mean, the reality of the budget is the reality of the budget, but just saying it's going to be okay, schools can absorb this, just doesn't feel rooted in the reality that we're hearing on the ground. And so it just, it would be nice to be able to have a more honest conversation.
Funded. I agree. We're in tough times and there'll be trade-offs and there'll be some right sizing that we have to do. And we may not be able to provide the same level of supports that we provided previously. And we're committed to the people that are in the process for their green cards. We're committed to supporting H-1B holders. But I don't believe that we can put all of the responsibility centrally, that schools shouldn't have to worry about resourcing these needs or monitoring these needs is solely on the shoulders of central services. I just don't believe that that is a accurate viewpoint that we should have at this point in time, especially again, the economic landscape that we're in.
I hear you. I think it would be nice if we could acknowledge that means that a lot of these programs will go away, not that schools will be able to pick up the slack because it's just not realistic. And also that it's going to exacerbate inequities because certain schools have parents who will raise money for these programs, like the field trips, and others don't. And that just continues the divide across the city. I have one other question for you about school safety. The budget shows a $10 million reduction related to school safety. What exactly is being cut?
Dr. Ashley, you want to speak to it?
Thank you.
Yeah, give me 1 second just to pull up that.
Sorry, Chairman. I know my time is winding down.
What's the program code?
I don't know.
We're showing security actually is increasing at $3.6 million. So if you follow back up with us specifically, happy to look at that. But I'm not seeing the same reduction that you're seeing.
Send you the attributes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis George.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you all happy almost in this school year. And also happy graduation week, especially to our schools, our DCPS scholars. As a proud DCPS graduate, I'm just proud of our DCPS students. I know you all share in that sentiment as we will be graduating scholars this week from our schools across the city and in Ward 4. So
Thank you.
just wanted to note that. And I
Very
know
proud. We'll start graduations on tomorrow.
that's
Thank you.
right. I'll be there for my Ward 4 schools as much as I possibly can. Chancellor, I want to just start with my facilities chair hat on, and then I'll switch to my Ward 4 councilor hat. The proposed budget transfers $15 million from DGS facility operations budget to DCPS for what is quote HVAC preventative maintenance and work orders. Given that DGS will still be doing the work, why was this money added to DCPS's budget?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So that's just a transfer of Medicaid revenue based on we sometimes have surpluses with our cost audit. And so the money will ultimately go to DGS. It's just a way of balancing the budget.
Got it. So ultimately end up with DGS.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And then DCPS, among other DGS client agencies, is responsible for what we call level 1 maintenance. What is DCPS level 1 maintenance responsibilities right now? And why does DCPS do them instead of DGS?
Yeah, so we work closely with DGS to do those level 1 work orders, things like changing lights, things that, it's just not timely to necessarily wait for an agency that's not based in the building to do that work. And so there are things that, the custodians can do and make sure that the school functions as we want it to do. That's a partnership that we've had with DGS for a while now, and it's very successful.
Got it. In this budget, DCPS's facilities team, how many FTEs are there in DCPS's facilities team to help with level 1 maintenance and level 1 maintenance coordination?
Yeah, so in our central services team, they aren't school-based. We do have cluster support folks that work with the schools, but they don't do any of the level 1s. They work to make sure there's coordination with DGS. And so all of that work actually happens either by DGS or by the custodial support teams that are at the schools.
Oh, okay. I thought you used to have a DCPS facilities, like level 1 team that worked and coordinated with DGS in the schools.
Yeah, historically, I believe we had that program before I was there, but it doesn't exist.
It just doesn't exist anymore. Okay. I want to talk about school readiness. The fiscal year 25 supplemental includes $8 million for school readiness, which seems woefully low to me, given the list that we often get from schools across the cluster on what we need to do for during the summer for readiness. DGS has requested schools submit their top 5 work orders to prioritize this summer. Has DCPS Central received this list?
Thanks for the question. It's a process that we're still working through with our schools, just as we prepare that, especially as we're trying to close out the school year. So we haven't received that list, but we are working collaboratively with DGS to compile those, and also the known issues that we know from the central perspective as well, to put all of those requests together.
Okay. Will you let me know when you all actually receive that list?
Yeah,
So
we're compiling it now,
Okay.
so we can follow up with you.
Okay, and then when I went on DCPS tours last year, one thing that kept happening was like the school staff had their priority list, and then DCPS Central had a different list from the school priority list. I don't understand why DCPS Central list would be different from the school list, because I guess I would be giving the people on the ground the priority of like what they know they need as far as establishing a good school readiness culture and facilities needs. Are we going to see the same thing this year, or how is Central ensuring that the priority list is really genuinely from the school?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so we are going to still have that differentiation. And part of the reason for that is there's a multiple different sources that we look at. The principals obviously have their priorities. There's also work order data that we look at to see what is routinely breaking over and over again that we need to put additional efforts in over the summer. And so while we definitely want to make sure that we address the principal priorities, there's also things from a system perspective that we also need to address. And so that's why there's differentiation.
Okay. My ask is that I guess central office be highly deferential to schools list this summer. And if Central must take a school priority off the reading list, you all consult with the school to make sure everyone is on the same page about that. How did you all arrive at this $8 million though for school readiness? Because that to me seems is going to be low, which means we're going to end up with limited list of what's able to happen to improve our schools during the summer.
Yeah, OBPM is the primary driver for that allocation.
Okay, got it. Okay, I wanted to ask, DCPS capital budget includes several agency-wide projects, including roof repairs, which has 6.9 million in fiscal year 26, HVAC at 24.6, major repairs and maintenance at 13.4, ADA compliance at 4.5, life and safety at 3.5, and window replacement at 4.6, as well as the athletics facilities improvement at 10.7. Unfortunately, the proposed capital improvement plan includes a sub-project list from fiscal year 25 and not fiscal year 26. Can DCPS provide the list of every project planned for fiscal year 26?
Yeah, so we pool our small capital projects. So some of them are known and some of them are not known because some of that goes towards things that pop up throughout the year. But we can tell you what is known. We can certainly provide that.
Okay, good. That would be much appreciated. School security, 500,000 of this school readiness money is dedicated for lock and door repairs. Lock and doors are probably the second most common issue I hear from parents and teachers outside of HVAC issues, if I'm honest with you. And this is why last year I've mandated DGS prioritize all interior lock and door work orders as high priority. And I'm grateful they've begun doing so. DCPS has had a hold on lock and door work orders for quite some time, but those work orders have resumed, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're really happy actually to report that, you know, and this is good news, but also addresses another issue is that HVAC work orders are actually now secondary. And so we've done a lot of great
That's
work
right.
with our HVAC. And so we're very proud of that. But we do know the number one work order complaint that we receive is related to doors and locks. And so we are working very hard to address that based on the funding that we have. I wasn't sure if I might have missed your specific question. I apologize.
So for a long time, there was holds on lock and door work orders.
Yep.
I mean, they were just not being addressed. There was a hold on them. I think DCPS was figuring out something. But my understanding is that's been figured out and work orders have resumed.
That's correct.
That is correct. Okay. How many schools still have traditional key and lock doors, and how many have electronic security access now?
We'd have to follow up with you. I don't know that.
I know the effort was, Chancellor, to move from key and lock because it just causes a number of issues, ends up causing us some money. The goal is for our schools to end up with electronic security access as much as possible. That's where we're headed.
Yeah, that is the goal.
Okay.
We've been implementing a phased process, so can tell you today, like when we would be complete with that, but we are happy to follow up.
Okay. So my ask is for, I guess, if DCPS could provide me with like the list of schools that are still at traditional key and door, and then where we are with electronic security access. I'm going to bet that the modernized schools, electronic access, and some schools that are still awaiting modernization or had early modernizations are going to still be on that old school system. We want to make sure we have the funds allocated to do that transition. I want to ask about accessibility as well. As you know, my committee also has the Office of Disability Rights. And for the past several years, I've been working with ODR and DGS on increasing the district's level accessibility and compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. DC law requires all district agencies to submit ADA self-evaluation and compliance plans to ODR. In 2023, DCPS did not submit these plans for a single school. I want to ask how many schools now have those plans submitted to ODR?
Yeah, so we're very proud. We had a great partnership with ODR this year to work through some of the self-assessments. We've completed about 3/4 of those in partnership with ODR. They've actually done the walks with us.
Right.
And so we've got a remaining, I think we have 34 left to do, and we're working through those now. One thing we are, just to note is working through differences between ODR, DGS, Department of Buildings in terms of the standards, and working collaboratively with that group to address those issues.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Across the cluster, the benefit of having ODR and DGS together in the same cluster, and DPR is that these are the areas where we know we need accessibility, and ADA hasn't been complied with. So my expectation is that DCPS as well is coming to the table and getting into compliance with the ADA as well, because that's one of the issues we hear. Elevators, particularly in schools, as you know. That's why those evaluation plans are important, and I'll be continuing to follow up with ODR and making sure ODR is staying on top of DCPS, DPR, and those agencies that really touch our people in the community, but also have historically not been where we need to be with accessibility. Okay, I want to, got some time, look at me, facilities head off, okay. We're having I want to talk about over-enrollment and the disconnect between capacity data and school experience. Okay, so we're having two very different stories when it comes to space in Ward 4. On one hand, DCPS data sort of often just suggests that there's available capacity at our schools. But on the ground, school communities are telling us a very different story, one that includes overcrowded classrooms, use of non-instructional spaces, and concerns about turning families away. I think there's clearly a gray area, and I really want to clear it up. Take Truesdale, for example. The finalized education specifications show a building capacity of about 717 students, and current enrollment is already sort of right around that number. Yet there's really no clear plan for how the school will accommodate continued enrollment growth in the coming years. At Coolidge, we've heard students have to attend class sometimes in the auditorium due to space limitations. And I guess that raises the real question about how DCPS defines capacity and whether instructional quality is sort of being compromised as a result of what that definition of capacity is. At Whittier, the most recent PACE document we saw states that the new building will have a capacity of 576 students, which on a paper appears to be sufficient. But here's what we're hearing from the school community. It says we currently have 3 pre-K3 available classes and 2 pre-K4 classes, but there are only 5 early childhood classrooms available. That means the current pre-K3 students will take up all of next year's pre-K4 slots, leaving just 2 classrooms for new pre-K3 students. Without modular space, we may turn away families, even though the neighborhood demand is growing fast. And so when parents and educators are saying one thing and DCPS is saying another, it's on us to really ask the right questions and make sure the numbers really are reflecting the reality on the ground. So with that in mind, my first question is sort of what assumptions did DCPS use when calculating capacity in educational specifications? And how do those assumptions account for programs with specific needs such as early childhood education, self-contained special education, or specialized electives?
Yeah, thank you. So lots of questions there. I think the first point is that we do have a number of schools in Ward 4 that have out-of-boundary enrollment that is somewhat shifting the enrollment of the school. I think Coolidge is a great example of that. Ida Wells is another example of that. So I think it's important for us to continue to monitor closely, like ensuring that we don't have overcapacity as a result of the lottery process. We use the best projections that we have and data available to us. I think one caution is that we do see a projection in decline in birth rates in school-aged children over the next couple of years. And so I think the next 5 to 10 years will be a very telling story of how that is realized here in the district and then what impact that has on our schools. We use our WTU program sizes for class sizes and spaces to determine appropriate classroom space. We also consider space when we make our specialized program placements via self-contained classrooms or the like to ensure that there's appropriate space. But we'll continue to monitor that. And if there are shifts that we need to make, we will adjust accordingly.
Got it. If a school like Truesdale, for example, is already at the capacity outline in its ed specs, what criteria does DCPS use to determine whether enrollment growth can still be observed on site? And when does that trigger a new need for expansion or capital investment? I'm asking that because that's if we're modernizing a bunch of Ward 4 schools, really excited, so grateful. Also, Ward 4 schools are expanding and enrollment is growing. Buy into our feeder pattern is amazing. We're so happy. We're grateful. This is all good news. But if we're building spaces that already are at capacity on day one, then we're not wasting capital dollars, but we are going to end up having to spend more capital dollars because we're not thinking ahead. So that's where that question comes from. So when does enrollment growth trigger a need for expansion on capital investment for DCPS?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where a
No.
school is in the process. So, with our new modernizations, we build a lot of flexible space. So if enrollment does shift, schools can utilize the space differently. But again, we have to use the best data that we have at that time when we're making our decisions around.
What's the best data?
Yeah, so the projections for enrollment. So, we have long-term projections for enrollment that we look at when we make decisions about capacity.
Okay, I'll
And
come
a lot
back
of that
to
is
my next round.
connected to the DME, facilities master plan.
Got it.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Chancellor, great to see you and your team.
Morning, Councilmember Allen.
I have a hunch my 15 minutes are going to tick away faster than I think they will, so I'm going to jump right in. I want to talk first on some capital projects, then I want to speak to some truancy issues. I've had a lot of conversations lately with the parent and school community around Chisum Elementary, and you and I talked about this a little bit during the oversight hearing. Short version is this. We've made the decision to switch to a dual language track, which I think is a great thing. I think that to be competitive, and DCPS needs to be competitive to be attractive for families, dual language tracks are clearly something a lot of families are looking for. And I think, frankly, some of the charter schools have really moved faster into that sector than DCPS has. But I'm glad that Chisum is moving in this direction. The feedback I get frequently is great elementary experience, phenomenal at Chisum, love it. Where do I go after that? The Jefferson Middle School, which I also feel very strongly about, it doesn't provide a dual language track. And in many cases, we haven't made the type of investment for Jefferson to really be able to offer a family who's going through a dual language track at Chisum to their middle school feeder pattern to now feel like they're going to continue that level education. Or the alternative is, I think it's MacArthur.
McFarland.
Thank you, McFarland, too many Mcs. To go to McFarland, but geographically, that's a barrier to be able to get to. Does this budget do anything different for Jefferson Middle School to provide a greater path for Chisum families that want to continue with that dual language and language intensive track in their middle school?
I think this budget continues with what we've been able to provide previously. We do have some advanced Spanish courses at Jefferson that we do offer, but we do know that we will now have a growing population of dual language students given the shift at Shirley Chisholm. I think as that population continues to grow, we'll have an obligation to continue to build out the programming at Jefferson in alignment with more students.
I agree. Otherwise, what we're going to see is families, they're going to enter in the lottery. You're going to see a huge drop in fifth grade at Chisholm as they opt out into charter schools that already have the dual language tracks. So I don't hear, hey, here's how we're going to plan this out for Jefferson.
Yeah,
so that leads us to the other question. We are about to rebuild Chisholm. And so part of the advocacy that we hear is, should we be considering a change to the Chisholm plan to build a campus model that includes a middle school, that has a dual language middle school through there, if we're not going to build out and invest in Jefferson to give that full track all the way through?
Yeah, so I think the idea that Jefferson can't support the programming is a premature assumption because its current structure is based on a different feeder pattern based on what was happening at Shirley Chisholm. So now that we have a shift and students matriculate through, we again do have an obligation to build out the programming there, or it could be built out.
I agree with an obligation, but you just said this budget doesn't build that out though at Jefferson.
Yeah, but majority of the students that are in this new structure are in their early grades at Shirley Chisholm. Like we don't have large number of students transitioning from fifth grade into middle school. And so what I'm saying is that as we have more students at Shirley Chisholm that are in these programs, we do have the obligation to build out what's next when they go into middle school, and we're committed to that. Now, it may happen at Jefferson, it may happen at some other locations. We're exploring the feasibility of potentially having a standalone program or a standalone campus that is close proximity in the geography of that area. But that's to be determined. But we agreed to shift the program, changing the school's structure and shifting to an education campus was not a part of that conversation. You know, that's something.
No, I agree. It wasn't part of the conversation previously. Let's say we go find the capital dollars and say, all right, we can add the capital dollars to build a campus and build a middle school at Chisum. Is that something you as chancellor would support?
Well, I don't know where we find dollars.
Let's take the dollars off the table. Let's say I could do it.
Yeah, I would.
Comes with trade-offs, but let's say I could do it. Is a campus model something that the chancellor wants to see?
Given the other capital needs that we have in the district, I would be really concerned about the types of trade-offs that we would make.
But that's not what I'm asking.
Secondly,
I can make trade-off decisions.
Yeah,
If we had the money, is that a model that you would be interested in pursuing? Or as chancellor, you say, that's not a model I want to pursue.
Yeah,
Like, I need to know that.
Secondly, I do have concerns about an education campus model. I do think that we struggle a bit to offer a rich middle school experience and education campuses when we have very small numbers of middle school students coupled with elementary age students. My preference would be is to have a standalone middle school program or a program on a middle school campus. I just worry about us creating another education campus where we struggled a bit to provide the level of supports that middle school families are asking. I think if you look at Oyster Adams, you know, we've had concerns about their ability to offer advanced math courses. When you have a small number of students on an education campus in middle grades, it's just difficult to give the full spectrum. So that wouldn't be my preference from a programmatic standpoint.
Okay, I'm gonna need to keep moving. I can also follow up with you after the hearing. Speaking of trade-offs, let me go to Bowen Elementary. So the capital budget moves the modernization out several years. I think that the belief was that the modernization was going to remain in the capital improvement plan, but based on the previous conversations we'd had around the lack of identified swing space that was going to work for the school, it was going to be pushed towards the end of the capital improvement plan. When I look at this, I only see the planning money, basically, in the capital improvement plan. I don't see the actual construction. And I believed that we were moving it towards the end, but the construction dollars were staying in. I think that's what the school community was expecting as well when they said they would support sliding back a little bit to work on a swing space. Why is it the construction dollars completely out now?
Yeah, so according to what we see, it is still in the plan. The CIP is in 6 years and it is slated to be funded after fiscal year 31.
Well, there's no dollars in it for that. I mean, it's got the roughly $8 million, which we can't build a school for $8 million. That's going to be the planning and design work, I assume.
Yeah.
That's not the actual construction dollars.
Yeah, Councilmember, thanks for the question. Yeah, you are correct. It's in the CIP for pre-design in FY30 and then the design phase in FY31. And you are correct that it would need 2 more years of funding in 32 and 33. The reality is, you know, we heard the feedback from that community. We don't have a swing space that works for that. We explored a number of those, alternatives with you and with the community. And what we've committed to is finding another site. The reality is that's going to take us a couple of years, especially as we think about the swing space needs throughout the district and all the other projects that we have. We just weren't ready to make a commitment to say that this project was going to be ready to go before then.
Okay. I have worked closely with you and Chancellor, I think we've talked about this before. Mr. Ashley has stood in front of that school community a couple of times, and I know those are hot meetings. So I do appreciate you engaging in that. And we have not found a suitable swing space. Again, though, the expectation was the construction dollars as well would be moved towards the end of the CIP. Now they're completely off the CIP. So I'm getting a lot of feedback from the Bowen community that that's pushing it out well beyond what they thought was going to happen. So I'll flag that for the chairman as well in case he's hearing from the Bowen school.
Yeah. You got it.
I was going to say, and Councilman Allen, I mean, just to be very clear, like we don't have a swing space today, and that is something we would need to procure, build, find, And so the reality is like, we just can't commit to anything sooner.
Okay. Let me move to a couple of other pieces, and this is somewhat of an intersection of some legislation and budget. You know, I'd introduced legislation over a year ago at this point around trying to find ways that we can prioritize more resources to schools that are experiencing our higher rates of truancy and absenteeism. Some of that was around prioritizing our Safe Passages grant funding to target those schools with those higher rates of absentee and truancy, creating new funding categories so that we would invest more in the schools that had that higher rate of truancy. I do know, and as the parent of a middle schooler myself, I know that the sixth grade academies, for example, those are investments that I think DCPS should be talking about because those have been, from at least one parent's perspective, I can see it, and I've seen really some good successes that have happened with that. I just think we got to be doing a lot more, giving principals more flexibility about how to spend their at-risk dollars. My recollection is when we talked about this legislation previously, DCPS was not supportive of this bill. And this is Bill 754, which is the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Act of 2024. Is there any movement from DCPS in supporting truancy legislation and reforms to put more resources, especially prioritization and targeting those schools experiencing the high rates of truancy and absenteeism?
Councilman Allen, I would have to go back and study that a little bit more to determine if the position changed. I do agree with you. Thank you for your notes about the sixth grade academy. I do agree with you. There's a lot more work to be done from schools, but I also think there's a lot more to be done from a community perspective. I think the schools do have a role to play here, but I also think it is going to require a more comprehensive effort across multiple resources and support to get more ground covered with attendance and truancy. We had previously seen positive trends with chronic absenteeism, our in-seat attendance rate, but again, have experienced some challenges this year, especially in the month of January when we had colder than normal temperatures, inclement weather, and the DHA pilot where we have stronger case management, I think has promised that we need to continue to invest in. But I'm committed to collaborating with the council and the community about how we address this issue. I think about a case study of a student actually in your ward, sir, where, we had this kindergartner who's missed 70 days of school. And in talking with our team, we have exhausted every strategy that DCPS has to address this issue. But have not been successful. And so I think there are certain circumstances where we need some more interventions and supports, but we're committed to doing our part.
Okay. I'd appreciate if you would take a look at that legislation that was introduced, Bill 25754. If there's feedback around, hey, we don't like this part, but we do like this part, or we recommend changing it this way or that way, I'm welcome to hear it. Yeah. My recollection was that the executive's position was we just don't support it. And I don't think that's a constructive way to figure out how to do this, because I think we want those schools to have more resources, more supports, more staffing, because we also see a disproportionate truancy and absenteeism rate at some schools and not others. And so the schools who are experiencing this, we got to throw a lot more into that.
Happy to look at it, and I appreciate your willingness to work on this issue with us.
I appreciate it. In terms of our out-of-school time funding, does this budget increase the number of seats, the number of kids they're going to be participating in OST programming?
It could potentially. So we have been recently assessing what we offer in out-of-school time and determining if everything that we offer is of very interest. And I think where we don't have a lot of interest, we could make some shifts where there's greater participation. So I think we're now just looking beyond access, but also participation to think about how do we drive increased participation. And so that is something that our team has been tasked with and is looking into this year. And if we determine that we need to offer more, we will. We do believe, especially at the middle grade level, the more that we are able to offer that is of high interest and has regular participation, students typically do have better attendance.
One of the things we've talked about previously, Does this budget move and shift more costs of security, things like that, onto these organizations? I think what tends to happen is, in the past, we've seen DCPS require that the organizations have to pay for security or have to pay for other costs, which means they got to figure out how to do more with less. Why not have those costs be centralized?
Yeah, so this budget allows us to continue to support a program as we have in the past. I think there was a budget gap
Are they going to
over
be paying
the summer
security costs?
that we will help cover security costs, but again, we also get additional requests for security costs as well that we're not always able to cover.
But if we're requiring the organizations to have to turn right back around and give the money right back to help pay for security costs, we're just chipping away at their ability to get those high quality, high interest seats at the end of the day, because I think we share the same goal. I want the kid in a seat, in a program, in an activity where they feel supported, they feel challenged, they feel interested. But when we keep offloading the costs, those organizations we partner with can do less and less and less.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge that we have in many other areas where we have a constrained budget. There are limitations that we have in terms of individuals wanting to expand security services.
But are you
we do
asking for more
provide
money to cover those security costs then?
Well, we have
Like ask us for the money, ask the mayor for the money, rather than asking the organization to do it.
Yeah, I hear you, and we have a budget for it, and we'll be covering the majority of the security costs for our partners.
But if you feel it's constrained, if your budget is constrained in a way that you can't meet those security costs, so you have to put it onto those organizations, then that tells me we just haven't asked for enough, or we're not funding it enough, because I don't want I'd rather the dollar go to the organization and for that program, not to pay security to come right back in to provide the security costs. Like, that's our job. We should be doing that.
I hear you.
All right, but the budget doesn't quite reflect that.
No, I hear you. I just think when there are changes to the budget, there's often trade-offs, right? And we're very much so aware of that. So I wish it was just as simple, just ask and receive, but I think we have created a space for our providers to continue the services. I think we just have to be mindful when we think about expanding those services and additional security requests.
Okay, I know I'm over my time, so I appreciate it, Chancellor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, Chancellor.
Morning, Councilmember Henderson.
I want to start with some questions about some Ward 8 schools and trends that I'm sort of seeing. So across a variety of schools, Bard, Ballou, Anacostia, Excel, Garfield, Henley, Johnson, Ketchum, there is this, I would say, distinctive growth in the amount of aides that are being added to all of those schools. General education aides, special education aides. I think there's a line for at-risk aides. First off, are we distinguishing in terms of, does the title mean that they're working with a specific population of students? Obviously, special education aides is one thing, but I don't think I've ever heard of the at-risk designation for aides.
Yes, so we are seeing schools think about utilizing instructional aides and paraprofessionals in different ways to support the instructional program of schools. It could be a scenario where they're supporting flexible scheduling for a school. They could be utilized to support small group instruction as well. And we're also seeing the type of learning experience and development for the educational aides be enhanced as well, so they can be stronger partners in instructional programs. So I know Dr. Bay has been supporting our school leaders and thinking about how to best utilize those resources. I want to give her an opportunity to share a little bit more about what she's seeing in schools. But it's also important to note that we also put some guardrails about how schools can utilize their resources so that there's an emphasis on supporting student achievement.
Okay, and Dr. Bay, as you sort of described that, I mean, can you also explain what is the difference between an educational aide and a paraprofessional?
Good morning. Thank you for the question. As the Chancellor indicated, schools use aides in a variety of ways. I would say the difference between the educational aide and the paraprofessional is usually the educational attainment that they have in terms of what credentials that they have or degrees that they have. And so—
Can you give an example? So in terms of an educational aide, Obviously, I would say both of them, both aide and a paraprofessional, has a high school degree or credential.
Yeah, I think it's,
Are we assuming they have some college or?
yeah, I think it could be safe to say that they're interchangeable, but we do have some individuals that have different educational backgrounds and experiences than others.
Okay, is there a difference in pay?
I believe there's a difference in pay. No difference in pay.
No difference in pay. Okay. All right, then that brings me back to a conversation that we had, Chancellor, in March around the pay for paraprofessionals or aides in general, in that I believe these individuals have a union. You can open up a CBA at any time, but I increasingly have this concern that substitute teachers are literally making more than your paraprofessionals and your aides.
Yeah, I heard that. I think that's a tough one to assume. I think it would depend upon the educational aid and their experiences and service. But we did add some additional opportunities for them to earn additional compensation as it relates to this, competition with substitutes. So if you are educational aid and you substitute for a teacher, you're able to receive additional compensation accordingly. And that's something that we negotiated in the previous contract.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of aid positions. It's the end of the school year-ish, but like on average, how many vacancies did you have in terms of aid positions this past school year?
Yeah, I mean, the number fluctuated, but we do see that they are harder to fill, especially for our specialized instructional programs. And so we ramped up our recruitment efforts, and we do see a larger pool. The principals are now starting to hire for those positions, so it'll be an area that we continue to monitor over the summer in
Okay.
preparation to the school year.
All right. So we used to have the comprehensive staffing model that required every school to have like an art teacher, a music teacher, a librarian. There were some basics in terms of what we were able to say. We know that every elementary has X. We've moved away from that. And now I think we're starting to see some schools make some very different decisions that doesn't necessarily deliver on that. So I'll give you an example. Henley Elementary in Ward 8, their budget proposes 4 additional general educational aides, 3 additional behavioral techs, additional SPED aides, 2 additional at-risk aides, and then we're cutting all 4 of their art teachers. Are we comfortable with elementary schools just not having art as an option?
So art is not optional. I think how you provide art is flexible, and we want to make sure that we continue to offer schools the autonomy to build an instructional program based on what they see as the need.
You gave some very specific sort of, that was an interesting sentence that you said there, where you said art is not optional, but how you provide art is flexible.
Yeah, so.
What does that mean?
That means
The
I'll give you-
chemistry teacher can give the art lesson?
No, so I'll give you an example. So as an elementary principal myself, right? We incorporate art instruction into our literacy and also our math time as well, right? So I don't know that art stops if you don't necessarily have a
That's
certain.
not the same to suggest that art is because art, I mean, frankly, music could be integrated in your math class. Does that mean that you shouldn't have separate time for that? It feels like in some ways we are suggesting for some students that dedicated time for art, music, and these other types of specials is not as important for you all as it is for another group of individuals in another part of the city who has a dedicated teacher for that and dedicated time for that.
Councilmember, can I just clarify? Are you talking about Henley?
Yes.
Henley has an art teacher and a music teacher in their budget, one of each.
And a performing arts.
Okay. Then so perhaps then the documents are different because we see a cut to 4 art teachers.
4 art teachers at Henley or just an art teacher at Henley?
At Henley, at one school.
Yeah, it would be unusual for an elementary school to have for art teachers unless they made that decision, but they do have an art teacher. They also have a performing arts teacher as well as health and music. that are
Yeah,
allocated.
for Henley specifically, they had one art teacher in 25, they had one art teacher in 26, same for music, PE, and performing arts and drama.
Okay.
So, and you can find that at dcpsbudget.com. You can find all the worksheets too.
Okay, that's what we're looking at. So perhaps between that and the budget books, there might be some differences there. Let me switch to asking about wraparound services. So we heard a lot of public witness testimony that was talking about the needs of schools, which you all know, right? In some, they're great beyond just instruction, but I guess the scaffolding necessary in order for a young person to be able to, be able to thrive in the academic environment. I'm curious if you all have done any sort of analysis in that, in some cases, for the schools who are in greatest need of those types of wraparound services, wouldn't it be cheaper for us to make them community schools as opposed to this sort of hodgepodge collection of nonprofit organizations and CBOs who we are granting or providing grants and otherwise to be able to support that school? Wouldn't it be easier if we just name them a community school?
Yeah, I think mandating the school community approach and saying, hey, school, you have to be a connected school, I think doesn't create the spirit of the school buy-in and ownership that is needed to be successful with that model. If schools want to be a connected school, they raise their hand, we'll support them. But I think mandating that doesn't yield, positive outcomes. I think a school has to be bought into all the principles of that model.
If a school wanted to become a connected school, how much would it cost?
We'll have to get you the number for the coordinator.
Okay. How many connected schools are anticipated for school year 25-26?
So there's 18 anticipated for next school year.
Is that an increase or decrease from last school year?
I believe that's a decrease.
Can you, Chancellor, while you're there, somebody get you the answer to the question, how much it costs?
Yes, we'll get you the cost.
Thank you.
Okay. Generally speaking, for the 18 that are continuing on, are they having a positive experience?
Oh yeah, we do see positive outcomes. And some schools have decided that they will implement their own path forward. Some schools decided, hey, I'm very interested in this. Raise my hand, I want to be a part of it. We do see positive outcomes in terms of families receiving supports that they need. We do have some notes about things like attendance, students reporting a sense of belonging in our panorama data. So there's a number of different outcomes that we see. But again, the goal is to ensure that the school is the center for supports for families and removing barriers to teaching and learning. But that particular approach really does require buy-in from the administration.
Okay. It is the biggest cost for connected schools, the coordinator position,
Yeah, so
or is there something
the
else?
total cost we're estimating is about $250,000. That includes the manager position, and then there's also some non-personnel costs associated with that as well.
Okay. My next question is sort of around, I guess, coordination amongst agencies. So lots of DCPS schools this past school year benefited from the Bridge the Gap Fund, which is a pot of money that allowed for them to be able to apply if they wanted to take students on field trips, otherwise, et cetera. Frankly, it wasn't a lot of money, but it did have a very big impact in terms of the number of teachers who were able to utilize that fund to, augment costs for field trips and other things. That is not currently in the proposed budget to be funded for next school year. Were you all informed that that option would be off the table in terms of supporting the field trip activities for DC Public Schools?
We were not engaged in those conversations.
Okay. What would you say about your experience or the feedback that you have gotten from the Bridge the Gap Fund?
I think there's some value in programming We do see schools that have participated, and I think the way that they support schools that may not necessarily always have the resources needed for these field trip opportunities, but we're committed to supporting schools as they identify experiential learning experiences for their school communities. I think the biggest challenge that we've had is just around transportation. And so we're asking schools to help us by identifying the experiences early on that they want to have for their students, and we can help coordinate transportation and hopefully help them with any costs that they may not be able to.
Is there funding in the budget and central office for school year 25-26 to support field trip activities that can't be covered by a school?
There isn't a specific line item for field trips to cover this particular gap, no.
Okay, so that would be you all having to take from some other place to be able to fill in that space.
That would correct. But we also work with Live Learning around I would say some solutions for their transportation that I think will help them and schools for next school year as well.
Okay. I know you talked earlier with colleagues about the Green Card sponsorship program, which I've gotten several emails about. We have sort of talked about this, but we have also tried to get some clarity in terms of what is the actual financial cost for DCPS to continue to run this program. My understanding is that there is an attorney and then there are also fees, but overall, how much does it cost DCPS to be able to do this for the cohort size that you currently have?
Yeah, so we estimate it's a cost of about $20,000 per employee, and for a cohort of 15.
Per employee that is being sponsored?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. And that process can take up to 6 years. And we anticipate if we did, let's say 15 annually, that would be a cost of at least $300,000 based on a cohort of 15, the fees associated with it, and the staffing associated with it as well.
Is it 20,000 per employee being sponsored as a one-time cost, or is that over the course of the however long the process takes?
That's what we anticipate it would cost annually, right? Annually.
Okay. All right. I am over my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Picking up on the connected schools, community and schools questions. On the connected schools, I think you said that you need the school community to be engaged. And so when the school community raises its hand, then you generally, I took it that you generally would support them. There were 20 in the last year. There's going to be 18 for FY26, I think has been said. Is that the universe of schools that have raised their hands? Are there other schools that have raised their hands that would like to participate in this that we're not funding currently?
Yeah, so any school that raised their hand, we are supporting them. We do ask that they identify the appropriate resources. There were 20 last year, and going into this school year, there are 18. So that shift from 20 to 18 is some additions and also some subtractions.
And they need to identify the resources inside of their existing school budget. Is that the idea?
Correct.
It's not, and do you ever support schools by adding to their budget to allow them to do this? I mean, this idea of wraparound services is a very important one that we all talk about a lot. And it seems like
there's two ways that we've done that. So one is we've seen schools apply for budget assistance if there's a gap, and we evaluate that with all the requests for budget assistance. The second way is we did have some grant dollars that allowed us to support schools. We don't have as much as that funding as we've had previously, but those would be the two ways that we have supported schools that necessarily didn't have the dollars to do so.
All right, well, I'm going to be curious, and there's the question out there about how much does it cost to do it, and then how many schools would like to do it but weren't able to find the resources, because I think that would be I wonder how much it would cost to fully meet those needs.
Yeah, so the cost we estimate is about $250,000, which is a combination of the personnel costs for the manager and then some non-personnel costs. I think there would be very few schools who wanted to do it and couldn't do it because we looked at, again, any budget assistance request. But I do think it's important to know that there is a commitment from the school that they need to be very much so aware of, that we expect, high fidelity of implementation of the model. And I think, some schools say, hey, I can do that. And some schools say, I'll do it differently. And, we support them as well. But this is, again, one of many supports that we provide to families. And I don't want the assumption from this conversation to be that if I'm not a connected school, there aren't supports for my families, because many schools do it in different ways.
No, I hear you. And I actually should have started by saying thank you to you and to Mr. Ashley and to your full team. The budgets this year, the school budgets this year were, in my opinion, the best that I've ever seen. I think we've gone a long way to trying to meet the needs of our students, and I really applaud the cooperative approach that you all showed. There are places that all of us are going to want to see increased in strategic ways, but the big picture is a very positive one. So I should have started there. There's connected schools, and then there's communities in schools. And communities in schools is one where there's a match. So if we put in 75,000, I think that there's a match of 75,000 in private philanthropy, and that's I understand that there are 11 schools in that program in FY25. How many are we expecting to have in that program in 2026?
We don't have any community schools that we oversee in DCPS. Is that what you?
Communities in schools. I think MacArthur got money for community in schools, and then they got the match, and it enabled them to have somebody who supported their program.
Burrville's has community in schools.
Yeah, those are grant opportunities that the school may apply directly with OSSI, but we don't support that centrally.
And but they need to have the money in their budget. They need $75,000. The LEA the school through the LEA has to have $75,000 in order to get the match. So they need to have that room in their budget. Do you have schools that raise their hands and say, we would like to do the community in schools program? Will you add to our budget so that we're able to do that?
Yeah, I don't recall in our budget assistance request any schools making a request for this particular grant.
Okay.
You recall? Yeah.
So one of the things that jumps out in the budget is it looks like a $5 million increase for the general counsel's office. Am I reading that right?
So there is an increase. Give me one second. And part of that was some of the funds were moved last year, and so it's a restoration of funds. Let me find, sorry. Yeah, so it was a $2.5 million increase in our attorney's fees accounts, which was $2.2 million backfilling attorney's fees that were removed last year. And then there was also 2 new positions added for special ed legislation. And we can follow up with you on sort of the specifics there.
Special ed legislation or litigation?
I think there's a typo in my document. I think it's litigation.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to, there's also an increase in funding for private placements. And one of the things I think, and I raised this at the OSSI hearing, is we may be facing increased due process challenges and increased private placements and costs in private placements. And at some point, we get back into a world where we should be thinking about, do we need to create capacity here in the district so that we can avoid these costs? I think at OSSI, they said they might be in conversations with the charter sector. I don't know whether or not DCPS thinks about another school in that space. over the horizon. Mr. Chairman, will I have a chance for another round, or are we coming to the end?
No, there'll be a second round.
Okay, great. Okay. I'll use 2 rounds, no more. Security costs went up and janitorial costs went up, and I don't know, one of the things that I've focused on is charges for security and janitorial for out-of-school time uses and for renters on the fields. What is your plan in terms of charging renters and out-of-school time providers for security and janitorial services in FY26?
Yeah, so we cover the majority of those costs for our out-of-school time partners.
And plan to going forward in FY26?
That is correct.
I think that's great. I also think it shouldn't have to come out of your budget. And so I think we should be thinking about creating a pot of money to fund those services that are not core school services, but using the buildings so that you are freed up with your resources to focus on your in-school activities. Do you have a place where you capture how much it costs to provide security and janitorial services for out-of-school time providers and for field rentals on your facilities? Can you develop that?
Yeah, we can certainly develop it. It's not something that we have readily available. It's something we have been working to refine, as well as capturing those costs.
Okay, and do you also have data on what you are charging the renters and the out-of-school time providers? I'd like to see both of those things, because I don't think that they make sense for us to be managing that in the way that we are. I think we as a city should be providing janitorial and security services for those uses. At the hearing with DPR, I raised this, asking about what do they do in terms of charging out-of-school time providers and renters, and they don't. They provide those services. They're built in, and I think that they're built in other places, but I don't think they're built in for you. You're carrying those costs, and either you charge the entities, which creates a barrier for their use, or you take from your resources that you need to run the school. So let's work together to identify what those numbers are, not for this budget, but for the next year's budget. I follow mobility a fair amount, and I'm curious what you've seen in the last months. My first reaction when I saw all the turmoil in the federal government was that we'd see enrollments go down. We'd see people move out of the area. But when I talk to principals, I'm hearing actually enrollment in the last months has gone up, because there are some students who'd been in private schools who left the private schools and are joining the public schools. What are you seeing in terms of new entries in the last months at DCPS?
I mean, similar to previous years, we do see a steady stream of students. So for example, we're still having families enroll right now. As you know, it's enrollment season. So some of that is a result of the type of recruitment efforts that we made, and some families decided, hey, I want to go to DCPS now, and I want to enroll my child for this current school year, and they'll end the year with us and they'll come back. But we see about 500 students come in DCPS, let's say after count day. Could be more, could be less some years. And like you said, a wide range of students who are in private settings, moved to the district, or from public charter schools. And so we welcome them, and we encourage families to enroll as quickly as possible if they're thinking about, the 25-26 school year.
Yeah, I think when I look at the data, I think it used to be 500, but I think in recent years it's actually been more like 1,000. I'll be very curious to see what the net gain for DCPS is in this school year. But last year it was over 1,000 in the course of the year. And in this budget, I think you've zeroed out the enrollment reserve. And so how are we going to deal with this in FY26 if we have 500 to 1,000 kids arrive in the middle of the year?
Yeah, so we haven't. Dr. Ashton can share a little bit more about where those dollars exist. You're right. I mean, I think maybe between 500 and 1,000, we'll keep monitoring to see where we land. But it's also important to note we've had more charter school closures recently, which do have an impact on DCPS attendance. But Dr. Ashton can share a little bit more about where you can see the 2.8 million that we have for enrollment reserve.
Yeah, so Councilmember, thanks for the question. On the document, I think you got to read ahead. There's talks about some discrepancies we know in the budget. And so that is one of the discrepancies we know in terms of us when we were balancing the budget for submission. Those monies got removed and need to be replaced in, and so those will be fixed. So we do expect that there'll be $2.8 million for enrollment reserve. It's just not sitting on that line right now.
Okay, so we'll circle back to, you'll send an email and you'll point us to the right line. But actually you anticipated one of my questions, which is we've seen 2 charter schools that have given up their charters. And have you seen any enrollment, mid-year enrollment coming from those charter schools?
I'd have to check with the surrounding schools to get your exact numbers, but we have seen some students.
And I think it's important for us to get as good a numbers as we can. Do you know how many of the kids who left Eagle, what proportion of the kids who left Eagle ended up at DCPS?
I would have to get back to you and share, because, you know, Eagle was a last year scenario, but we can get you that numbers. A great question.
Yeah, I think it's very important because when Aussie was here, I asked about what was going to happen with the money that's in the budget for those 2 charter LEAs. And their response was, well, when those kids turn up at other charter schools, their audited number will be higher. And so that money will be soaked up in that way. But actually, a significant portion of those kids are going to go to DCPS and they're not accounted for in the enrollment projection. And so those are going to be unfunded kids to you. And I think we should try to get a sense of what's likely to happen there. You know, I think could be 300-400 kids. If you're going to get 200 kids, say you got 100 kids, and that's $25,000 for each student, that's $2.5 million that of unfunded obligations and money that is sitting there somewhere. I think we should figure out a way to get that to you. So it'd be helpful for me to have a clear sense of the numbers, what proportion of the Eagle kids you got, how many kids you think you've already gotten from the 2 charters that are giving up their charters. And with that, I'm 20 seconds over and I will turn it back.
Yeah, we'll get you those numbers. Roughly, I'm told that we have about 100 students from Eagle. But we'll give you the exact numbers of what we got from Eagles and then what happened as a result of the recent closures in preparation for the school year 25-26.
Perfect, thank you.
So the Eagle numbers, if they hold up for FY20 or school year 26, excuse me, school year 25-26 would be showing up already in your enrollment projections. But it's the 2 new charters, the 2 old charters, the 2 going out of existence charters where the numbers may not be in the projections.
That is correct.
Councilmember Felder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chancellor Furby, as well as members of your senior leadership team. As always, a delight to see you all. I'll jump right into my questions. The mayor's proposed budget is titled Grow DC. Could you speak to how your budget supports those efforts, specifically as it creates to offering more opportunity to our young folks?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Felder. You know, we see ourselves as a critical anchor for residents in the district and how we continue to maintain and grow residents. And we've seen record numbers of families continue to choose DCPS. We just had a conversation about more families choosing DCPS. And so We believe that our schools are attracting more families to the district, which allows us to continue to be strong with our tax base and also continue to build resources here in the city for residents. Secondly, we continue to think about ways in which we can offer new, different, and advanced opportunities for students to thrive in school, ultimately prepare them for life after graduation and college and career readiness. We continue to maintain very strong early childhood education programs, which I believe is an attraction for our city, as families can receive strong services for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds at no cost to the family in our public school system. So those just a few that come to mind. But again, I think the educational system, as the mayor said it many times, is one of the anchors of the city's renaissance. And one of the ways we think about us being an anchor is continue to attract families to DCPS. And what do we need to do differently to continue to attract families to DCPS?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Chancellor. You talked about there seems to be an attraction of new families choosing DCPS. Could you speak to what do you think you need to put the infrastructure in place to support that?
Well, I think we need to first continue our commitment to having world-class facilities, and we've done a great job with our modernizations, and I'm really pleased with the mayor's support, the council's support for our capital improvement plan. Not many school districts can say they still continue billions of dollars in capital and small capital improvements. So I think one there. Secondly, we're really grateful that we've had consistent increases in the uniform per student funding formula, which is the primary resource of how we fund central and schools. And so I think continue to maintain that level of funding for DCPS and public charter schools will be important for us to continue to keep and attract families here in the city.
Thank you, Chancellor. Now, I know in your testimony you highlighted the progress of DCPS, and I also noticed that within your overall operating funds, there was an increase, and there was an increase in your FTEs. Could you speak to any challenges that are not reflected in your budget with DCPS?
Yeah, so I'll start with the increases. So our operating dollars, they have to increase because we do realize inflationary increases in utilities and services. We also have raised salaries for employee groups as well. In terms of what is needed, what we see is that schools have had an opportunity to add additional budgets as their enrollments continue to grow. So we see a net increase of about 200 positions across schools, even though we're reducing our FTEs centrally. I think the need will be how do we continue to provide a rich pool of candidates for these positions, especially around special education services, where we've been challenged with hiring. Also, our psychologists, social workers, our mental health professionals continue to create new opportunities to build a strong pool of candidates that schools can hire from. I think are some of our key challenges. And then we're trying different things, partnerships with universities to help hire these individuals, hiring incentives. And so we'll continue to work to ensure that schools have what they need.
Thank you for that. Could you explain how your budget shows that you're working with DGS to address some of Ward 7's longstanding maintenance issues with some of
So
schools?
we have prioritized some critical need areas with DGS to support schools, particularly some of our schools in Ward 8 and Ward 7. And, I think a big emphasis has been on our HVAC systems to ensure that, in the winter months, we have appropriate heating, and in the summer months, we have appropriate cooling. We had a conversation today on our emphasis with safety, including interior and exterior locking as well. And then we also want to make sure that whatever priorities the schools have in terms of their facilities of ongoing maintenance needs, that we incorporate that in the way we think about our budget with DGS.
Now, earlier today, I was in a hearing. Safe Passage came up, and the importance of the Safe Passage program, especially in schools in Ward 7 and 8. I noticed that in your budget, I noticed that there was a reduction in security services. Could you speak to why you deemed that reduction to be necessary and what's the implications of that reduction?
Yeah, so Dr. Ashley, you want to speak to?
Yeah, sure. We'd have to look specifically at what you are citing
Mhm.
in our document.
It is under, if it will be helpful, it is under accounts group on table GA 0-3. And it is account group number 713101C. And the reduction, it's a modest reduction, but it looks like the difference between last year compared to this proposed year is a negative 13.9%.
Yeah, so I'm sure my team is looking at this right now and appreciate you coming with budget codes and attributes. It's really helpful for us. Overall, our security budget is increasing by $3.69 million. So this might just be some fun shifts that are happening within the budget. And so we can certainly follow up with you after the hearing about, why some funds moved around between cost centers or within program codes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Chancellor, could you speak to how your budget supports bringing more language emerging programs to schools in Ward 7?
Yeah, so this budget continues to support our current programming to maintain what we have in this school year. We're currently exploring the feasibility of adding additional middle school programming, potentially maybe in Ward 7, but we need to continue to work with school leaders and look at our building capacity to determine if that's something that we can actually execute on. And so I think our big thing now is to just continue to look for space and look for opportunities to grow our middle school programming because we already have a number of elementary age programs, but the challenge is that they don't always have feeder schools at the next level that are in close proximity to those elementary schools.
That's good to know. How do you balance ensuring that our schools aren't overpopulated? For example, a number of Ward 7 families choose schools outside of Ward 7. Could you speak to, from your perspective, why that is the case, and what are some of the options that could be done to mitigate that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons why we hear families. I think they want diversity and experience. Sometimes we hear safety. I think the biggest thing that we can do is continue to work with the feeder schools and ensure that families are connected to their feeder middle school or feeder high school. We also believe that the types of programming that we offer should be aligned to the needs and interests of that school community. And then finally, the engagement I think schools and school communities have with families in their neighborhood continues to be a great resource. We have seen many schools in Ward 7 take a step forward with families choosing their neighborhood school, and we'll continue to support them in our enrollment team to think about programming and ensure that they know all of our safety protocols, they know how we support safe passage, and identify any barriers that we can solve for why they may not be attending their neighborhood school.
Chancellor, I'm pretty sure you've been following conversations about early childhood pay equity fund. Could you speak to how important this fund is to your teachers?
I think we've done a lot of great work to pay our teachers really well. I think it's noble that the city has taken on this idea that many of our early education educators should receive similar compensation. I think it's, again, one of the many challenges that we have in a different budget landscape is, how do we maintain this? But I think the best experiences students have in 3-year-old and 4-year-old programs or daycare programs ultimately dictate whether they're prepared, have the prerequisite skills to be successful in DCPS. And so I think anything that we can do to enhance those experiences are important to our residents.
Copy. Community schools. I saw that was, it took a significant reduction in this proposed budget, which I'm completely against. Could you speak to why that reduction was determined?
Yeah, so DCPS, was not a part of that shift in those discussions. We support the connected schools model, and there are a number of connected schools in Ward 7 that we support as well.
A number of my other questions were either addressing your testimony or my other council colleagues asked. So with that, thank you again, Chancellor and Mr. Chairman. I will defer the remainder of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think I'm up. You're very popular, Chancellor, as in, I think a majority of the council members have been asking you questions.
It's important. It's important service to our residents.
It's also a quarter of our budget. I want to follow up on a line of questioning from Councilmember Allen regarding dual language. So the 2023 boundary study, recommendation number 9, instructed DCPS to develop a plan to ensure access to dual language programming starting no later than 2026, noting that Chisum and Houston elementary schools lacked nearby access. Are you on track to meet this recommendation?
Yes, we are on track to meet this
Which means
recommendation.
what? We're going to see a plan when?
Well, we currently are working with our dual language team now and school leaders that could be impacted. I would anticipate before the end of the 25-26 school year, we'll have more to share. As I shared with Councilmember Allen, I think it could be an option where we expand programming at Jefferson, or there could be some other option. For example, we establish a standalone program or a school within another campus.
So it's going to take a whole calendar year, meaning between now and the end of school year 25-26 to come up with a plan.
Yes, it would definitely make more time. It won't necessarily be the end of the school year, but I think we want to be very thoughtful and intentional about the way we expand this program.
Sure, but you did say end of school year 25-26. So the parents last week, I'm sure you either watched the hearing or you got a report on the hearing, and there were
Yes,
quite a number of parents from Chisum that testified, who testified. And their bottom line was that they want a feasibility study on an educational campus for Chisum. I suggested to them that, well, maybe if Chisum became an educational campus, that would hurt enrollment at Jefferson, since Chisum feeds into Jefferson. On the other hand, the enrollment or the boundary study said there ought to be a dual language program east of the river, and Chisum is not exactly east of the river, although it is close, because it's very near the 11th Street Bridge. And so then, maybe Chisum is or isn't right for attracting east of the river students. All of which led me to think, well, really, I'm kind of asking the questions that would be answered by a feasibility study, which is what the request is. So what about that? A feasibility study, let's say by the end of this calendar year.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with a feasibility study as what's been presented to me. I think the advocacy in the study was around establishing an education campus at Shirley Chisum, and for the reasons I shared with Councilman Allen, I don't believe that that's the best utilization of our resources. We want to continue to explore options east of the river. I think we have some potential solutions that I'm not ready to share publicly yet that could very well serve in the capacity that we have been pursuing and referenced in the boundary study. But I don't believe that the solution is, studying the potential use of Shirley Chisum as a
I didn't
solution.
say solely potential uses for Chisum. I said an educational campus for Chisum, or an alternative with Jefferson, or an alternative that's east of the river, or maybe some other alternative.
Mhm.
But I think I heard your answer to Councilmember Allen that most of the dual language students at Chisum are in the lower grades?
Yes,
That's
because
correct.
that's where, when we had the program previously, prior to the shift that we made, it was a smaller portion of the student body. It wasn't a school-wide program. We recently converted from a strand program to a school-wide program. So now, majority of the students are engaged in dual language instruction, which was a shift from the way the school.
Sure. So grades 3 and younger or grades 2 and younger?
You wonder what grade that.
Grades 1 and younger.
I believe Dr. Bates said she's going to check, believe it starts with this current kindergarten class.
So parents want to know what the future is, and it would be better sooner. And I think the council wants to know what the future is. And we get a budget next March, maybe. And so that's why I said a feasibility study by the end of the year.
Yeah, our focus is on an option east of the river or potentially growing the program at Jefferson, but I'm uncomfortable pursuing any pathway that would convert Chisum to an education campus.
All right, but my question is a feasibility study by the end of the year. Can
Yeah,
you support that?
yeah, I don't understand.
As
the
opposed to a
need.
plan that you said by the end of school year 25, 26.
I don't understand the need for feasibility study. What would we be studying?
I just said, and I'm a little exasperated because I have 9 minutes left. So it could be expanding Jefferson, it's meaning dual language at Jefferson, or it could be Chisum adding to it during its modernization, or it could be some option that's east of the river. Something that serves the Chisum students as well as the boundary study recommendation.
I think we have all the information we need. I don't think we need to study options east of the river or within DCPS.
But I'm have no sense of that because you said you're going to take another 12 months before you have a plan.
Well, I said by the end of the next school year.
Yes, you did. And I know that by the end of the next school year could mean a year from now. You didn't say by the end of the calendar year. And that's what I'm pushing you on.
Mm-hmm. We'll report back to you by the end of the calendar year, but I don't think we need to risk. I don't
You'll
think we
report
need
back to me when?
We'll report back to you where we are in our planning by the end of the calendar year.
I think I want something better than that. I mean, we have the budget, so we can always require something of you as part of the budget.
Again, I believe we have all the resources we need to expand the program. I don't think we need to study the options east of the river. We know what those options are.
Well, I don't want to belabor this much longer, but there's a lot of energy at Chisum. That's a good thing. We like it when parents are energized, and we want to be responsive in a positive way to that energy, whatever that response is. And I'm not feeling that in your answers here. And that's what, over the next couple of weeks, the council's going to be thinking about is what we can do through the budget process that actually is more responsive more quickly to the parents. And I would love for your feedback on that. So if we can work on this over the next couple of weeks, whether it's a feasibility study or a plan by the end of the, let's say, calendar year, but let's have some give and take here.
Okay, yeah. You have my commitment. Let's keep talking in the next couple of weeks, please, sir.
Thank you. Green card. So there were some questions about it. I think I heard you say there are 226 educators who are in DCPS on an H-1 visa.
That sounds right.
But of those who are on this, what I'll call green card pathway, it's 22.
Sounds right. And I should apologize to, I think Councilman Henderson asked for some numbers that I should clarify. And I think you're on the line of question, the green cards. So there are several things that are being funded that drive our costs. So the attorney costs we estimate annually is about $150,000. We have filing fees that occur across a 4 to 6 year span, which is typically about $10,000 per person. In addition to those, we have an additional renewals of H-1B visas that we do while the person's in the process, which is about $3,000. So
3,000 per individual.
that is correct. So I think it's best for us to provide very detailed response so you all have all the clear numbers of like what the total costs based on a cohort of 15, and then what the annual cost would be as well. Again, may vary by individuals because they would be in different phases of the process each year, but just want to make sure you have the best numbers.
Okay, where I was going with this, so there are 226 total educators, but those 226 are not all on a pathway to a green card that DCPS promised.
That is correct.
And DCPS has promised only to 22.
That is correct.
And DCPS is committed and will budget for those 22 to get to or through the green card process.
That is correct. If they choose to stay in DCPS.
Are there programs or personnel that DCPS was paying for centrally in FY25 that schools are expected to cover in FY26?
Yeah, so I mean, I think one of the things always to clarify here is that schools have choices. And so when we discontinue certain programs or personnel in schools, that, you know, schools can either choose to continue them or not. There have been no positions that I believe that we have forced them to take on.
All right, so which ones were discontinued are proposed to be discontinued centrally?
Yeah, so the only ones off the top of my head are the New Heights programming and then also the connected schools that we've already talked about.
Now, connected schools costs $150,000 for a manager? No, 250. How much does a manager cost?
Yeah, I think the estimate we gave is $150,000, and then there was about $100,000 in estimated non-personnel costs.
So what is currently DCPS paying centrally? All 250,000 or just the manager?
I think that varies depending on the school model because there's a couple of different funding models. I'm not sure, Dr. Bay, if you have that information.
Yes, it varies. For some schools, it's the manager position, and for others, it is the non-personnel.
But in no schools is it the total 250?
I have to check to clarify.
Well, this is a budget hearing, so I'd kind of like the answer. Can you get the answer like shortly?
We can certainly follow up. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't think we have all the answers prepared, but we can follow up with you if we
It's a
get it.
budget hearing. I'm like pressing.
Understood.
Chancellor, you said yes, that there were 20 schools last year, meaning I guess this current year, and there are 18 for next year. But it wasn't that 2 dropped. You said there were some dropped and some added. So what schools dropped or are
Yes.
dropping?
Yes, so let me see here if I remember all the school. I know Sousa was one of them. Langley and Moton and Check. And then there were some additions as well. Tubman and Garfield are the additions.
And Garfield?
Garfield, correct.
So 4 dropped. Sousa, Langley's an elementary school, Moton, and Check. Check is an educational campus. And 4 dropped, 2 added, Tubman and Garfield, for a net change of 2 lost, 2 fewer.
Correct.
And do you know why the 4 dropped?
Just different decisions about how the school wants to address this issue. I think it varies by school. If a school wanted to continue implementation and didn't have the resources, as I said earlier, we offered them the opportunity to request budget assistance. I don't remember anyone making a request for budget assistance. In some places, they had grant federal funding that they knew was expiring and were planning to discontinue at the end of those grants.
So if we added $1 million to your budget, that's 4 times 250. Would there be 4 more schools?
I don't know. I think we'd have to have a conversation with those schools and make a determination based on their interest and commitment.
And how quickly would that conversation happen?
As soon as we got information that that was the plan.
Could you get back to us on why the 4 schools dropped, which means maybe you have to survey them?
Yeah, we can reach back out to those school leaders.
Yeah, I'd like to know that. New Heights. So the New Heights is a program that works with pregnant and parenting students. And the thinking here is that schools will pick that up. In order for schools to pick that up, they would have to hire an FTE for the program, correct? How would a principal know that now for a school year that starts in the fall, which is to deal with a pregnant or parenting student who may not be pregnant or parenting?
So thank you for that question. Schools were notified of the change in our New Heights model prior to or before budget season. So they were able to make decisions at that time based upon the change in our model. I just want to reiterate that the New Heights program is not going away. It's just the structure of the program is changing. We are seeing that year over year, the number of parenting students that we have has continued to drop. And we believe that the model that we're looking to move forward with is one in which we want to make sure that the resources and the programming is closest to students, which is at the school level. And so we are maintaining a New Heights manager position centrally in order to support the POCs at schools.
You are keeping a manager centrally,
We're keeping one, yes, one position at Central.
but not the 4 other FTEs?
Correct.
I'm still at a loss how a school can know. So you already contacted the school. So we're not even talking June, May, or April. School's going to know that next year they could use some help here.
Yep, as a part of the budget process, schools were notified of the change in the model for New Heights. And so schools that wanted to add additional positions in order to support that population, like Garnett Patterson, they actually added a coordinator position to their local budget in order to meet the needs of their population because they have a significantly larger population than what we see across other schools. But schools were notified and they knew of the change in the model and have made decisions accordingly. We're going to maintain the actual program. We'll maintain the manager at the central level will continue to cultivate partners to make sure that schools have what they need in order to support this student population. So the program is not going away, but the way in which we support students and support this at the school level is changing.
I may have a little bit more on that. Councilmember Nadeau? Councilmember Nadeau? Councilmember Lewis George?
All right. Chancellor, coming back to our conversations about sort of school capacity, building concerns that we're seeing. Starting with at Coolidge, how does DCPS evaluate whether alternative instructional spaces such as auditoriums, sort of, and different things of that nature, sort of, how does that factor into you all's calculating whether a school sort of has the have the capacity needs or need expansion of those spaces?
Yeah, so we look at the projected enrollment for the school and the programming that they offer to determine flexible space, alternative space that's needed for a particular school. We also, again, look at the projections for enrollment and programming as well.
Okay. I guess for Warford schools, is it your belief that Coolidge is not at capacity?
No, certainly it's tight
Just-
space.
Okay.
And I've had several conversations with Principal Bright. We've even talked this year about, her desire to expand
That's
the
right.
early college program and some of the offerings there. I think what we have to keep in mind when we talk about capacity is we're drawing in students that are not actually students that are in the boundary.
So I guess, I mean, because I think you're going to say that across the workforce spectrum, because a lot of our elementary schools too are literally, when I say at capacity, I mean like waiting list, people want to get into those elementary schools, want to get into these middle schools, want to get into the high school. It's a great problem to have. We're very proud of our amazing teachers, principals, and everyone who's created and cultivated this very deep interest in students going there. We're just trying to make sure that we are going to have we're making the capital investments that are necessary for what we see. Is your view that if these schools continue, Coolidge, Ida B. Wells, what we're hearing now from Whittier students, Truesdale, other communities within Ward 4, that what happens when our schools are you just saying, well, we'll just block out of boundary students from going just so that we can meet our capacity needs? I mean, I guess, is that the solve is not more space, us acquiring more expanding schools or purchasing new buildings? The answer is, let's just keep it, if we end up with too many people, we'll just keep out of boundary students out of those schools? That's what it sounds like.
I think it's a balance. So yes, we will have to look at the wait list. We will have to look at the lottery. That is a lever. Like we don't want schools that are neighborhood schools, that are by right schools, to build their enrollment off the lottery of out of boundary students, right? That isn't, I think, a sustainable strategy.
But people are going there because they have the technical programs too. Like, if I was out of boundary person, I would go. I mean, I would go to Coolidge because I know my child could go get their associate's degree from Trinity University when they graduate, which is what a large amount of our students are doing from Coolidge, graduating with associate degrees from Trinity University.
Yeah.
Any parent in the city would be like, boom,
Yeah,
I love that.
We're
Let's do
excited
that.
about that program.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a balance in it, because I don't think the sole source of the enrollment can be out of boundary. We want space for families who live in that neighborhood to have access to their by right high school. We also want families to be able to choose it. So I think finding that balance of the levers of the lottery and choices, but I also think we've added some space. I believe we've got a dedicated cafeteria space coming in.
That's right. I know, and that's because, I mean, the problem is we have Ida B. Wells who's at capacity, Coolidge at capacity in this shared space,
Yeah.
which what happened was years ago, people said this would happen. It is now happening. And I'm saying to you now, I'm worried that more of this is going to happen. And I don't want it to be I don't want us to not have a plan for it moving forward. And I have to push DCPS to come up with an actual plan versus kick the can down the road.
Yeah, I think we have to strike the balance of exploring and creating new spaces when we need to, and also continue to monitor the lottery as a source for a school's enrollment.
Got it. And not just the Coolidge, Roosevelt has has amazing NAF program, chef and the program in the academy, they're getting recruited to schools across this, culinary schools across the country. So of course, parents were like, I want my child to go to Roosevelt and enjoy this amazing program that gets them into a culinary arts school that's amazing. So
yeah, it's great to see. I mean, I'm really impressed with McFarland as well. I think they've done really well with their academic outcomes and their programming. So it's a good problem to have.
It is.
Louis George, and we're committed
to pushing you all to help solve it.
We appreciate
now and not kicking it down the road. In the case of Whittier, where current classroom allocations may force reductions in pre-K availability despite the projected capacity being above enrollment, how does DCPS reconcile capacity projections with functional program-specific constraints in a building like this pre-K problem?
Yeah, so we again use the best data we have available to make our assumptions around ed specs for space. But again, we build a lot of flexible space. So if we need to change usage, we're able to do so.
So you think the building, it will be built with some flexibility to account for the pre-K problem that we inevitably know we're going to have?
Yeah, I would have to look again exactly at what their pre-K numbers are and what they projected to be. But yes, I agree that the space is flexible enough to accommodate additional students.
Okay. Um, What I want to know is, given the disconnect between, I think, what communities are experiencing and what is reflected in PACE data or public enrollment reports, is DCPS conducting any system-wide review to identify where these mismatches exist? And if so, I guess, what are the next steps to address them?
You say which misalignments?
The PACE data, what is reflected in PACE data or public enrollment reports, and communities are experiencing or saying is the reality on the ground of sort of capacity at our schools.
Yeah, I think there's just point in time differences when people are looking at what may be happening today in a school, and then what we were using at a point in time in terms of the space needed for a school. Again, that will happen as enrollment shifts over time. Sometimes it shifts up, sometimes it shifts down, but it's something we'll continue to monitor. But I think it's important as you communicate with residents that there are point in time assessments that people are looking at as it relates to enrollment, and it does look different year over year.
Okay. Let's continue to talk about this, because I do want DCPS to start thinking about what's going to be needed as far as expansion, sort of expansion of current spaces, or what's needed as new space as we look at it. I know we're speaking of different data of whatever, but I know in Ward 4 specifically, when we just had the last redistricting and got the last set of data, we were wards 4, 5, I think it was wards 4, 5, 7. It had like the largest growth, or the 50% of all the kids under 12 were in those wards particularly. So we do see the growth there, and I want to just make sure we're meeting the need. And as we're building modernized spaces, that on day one, those modernized spaces are not at capacity is really the key here, both Truesdale, Whittier, and as we move forward. I want to ask about Lafayette. I think you all have been in communication with ANC 34G regarding space usage and capacity concerns at Lafayette Elementary School. Another sort of on the ground disconnection here. The ANC is sort of, I think, has let me know that they've made repeated requests for a current map of the school, a tour of the building, and data on how space is currently being used. And they have noted that DCPS has not provided a map, or citing, I guess, security concerns, and has not arranged a tour. And commissioners were asked to wait until May 2nd for updated data, and that information still has not been shared. I think these delays have raised concerns about transparency and the accuracy of DCPS public statements regarding your statements regarding capacity at Lafayette. In light of those concerns, I just wanted to know, why has DCPS not providing ANC 34G with current information on space usage at Lafayette information, including some of the information around room assignments, and including a building map?
Yeah, we provided information. I mean, we're very confident about the space utilization at Lafayette, so we'd love to hear more, and we'll have.
The ANC wants a tour they want a tour the school with DCPS, and they want room assignments, and to understand, I don't know why we would be delaying them that. They've said they've been waiting since May 2nd for a date that this is going to be scheduled. So I just want to know, are you all committed to scheduling that with ANC 34G?
I don't know that we're committed to scheduling that. We're committed to providing the information we have about why we believe that there's adequate space. So we'll continue to connect with you and understand exactly what they've communicated to you. Done.
Okay. What data is DCPS using to determine that Lafayette is under capacity? And will that data, along with the methodology used, be shared with, I guess, the ANC or the council?
Yeah, we can share with the council the aspects for the building and what the current enrollment is and projected enrollment.
Okay. This is another area school that on the ground, parents are saying capacity issues, and DCPS is saying back to us, there's no capacity issues here, or those capacity issues are addressed. And that's what I mean by, like, we got to truly clear this sort of discrepancy of sort of that area of where if school communities, which include educators and parents, are saying there are capacity issues at a school, as an elected leader, I'm inclined to believe that their experience is valid in some regard and want to just hear from DCPS why they don't feel the same way.
Yeah, we're happy to look into this, Lafayette, if you with your office. It's just we
Okay.
don't see the same level of concern, but happy to understand more.
Okay. I know dual language programs have been discussed at length, and I know that's related to Chisum. This is also, I know DC Policy Center already did a study on sort of dual language programs across the board. I guess the question is sort of, there's an interest in Ward 4 for more dual language. Specifically, it's most useful in the early ages. Like that's when they're absorbing information and there's always a waiting list. I think DC Policy Center said 126 students were on waiting list as it relates to dual language immersion. That's where they're teaching, when they're teaching students in math or science one part of the day in total Spanish. And this is in your core ages like pre-K3, pre-K4, year one, to the point that by the time they get to middle school, they are actually, even by the time they're in third grade, they're speaking a language fluently. There seems to be a system-wide ask for more dual language enrollment seats across the board, not just in middle school, but in Ward 4 in elementary school. What would it take to expand dual language immersion programs from a financial standpoint? What's that cost as we look at personnel, curriculum, instructional materials, professional development? What's that dollar amount if a Ward 4 elementary school wanted to convert to being a dual language bilingual education program?
I think there would be, personnel costs, training costs as well. It could have an impact on facilities. So I think it would depend upon the school and the type of programming. But I think we need to be really careful that, in many cases, when that transition occurs, you also have to have like a sister school for families that are not interested in that program. And so you have to think about space. So I think you have to look at the entire ecosystem. But I think our biggest challenge and resource need is the staff available and the cost to fund the staff.
Got it. Follow up with you on, this is an area that, families in Ward 4 are asking me to explore as we look at schools. And some of them feel like they already have the basics that are needed. Like they already actually have personnel, instructional materials,
Is there a
curriculum.
particular school in Ward 4 that you have in mind?
Well, if I say one, everybody else will be mad at me, but
Okay. Let's talk about it.
I will just say Whitewood, Barnard, and Powell. That's our three schools that have been most interested in that and are already doing some level of language immersion already. I mean, you've gone to, you've been with me at Powell when they've literally done their assembly both in English and Spanish, and the students are both doing both. So there's some already basic. The meat and bones are mostly there for most of those schools as well. So I just love to explore that more with you as we look to more dual language immersion options in the elementary school ages here for Ward 4. I want to just ask about Better Bus network changes in DCPS. The Better Bus network changes are going to roll out literally the end of the school year, last day of school. So we won't really feel it until the first day of school next year when parents are looking to how their students are going to get to and from school. What coordination right now is occurring between DCPS and WMATA and DDOT to ensure school transportation needs are going to be met, communicated before the first day of school as we look to sort of the changes that are going to happen that first day of school when the Better Bus network is being rolled out?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. It's something actually we were very concerned about, especially as the end of the year, finishing the year strong. We didn't want any changes to happen between now and the last day of school. And so we've been in touch with WMATA to make sure that they understand those concerns. We understand from WMATA the changes are generally with, stops that are within 500 feet of each other, but we continue to have conversations with them about how we communicate that out to our families and our students.
Okay.
So it is something that is top of mind for us.
Okay.
Council member,
Thank
are you going to want another round? Are you nearly done?
I can be done.
Okay.
I can give questions to your staff and hope that you ask them.
Okay,
Will you do that?
yes,
All right, bye. Cool.
thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Henderson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor, I want to turn to capital. Our favorite topic, capital or not. All right, so we have the system called PACE that requires backup documentation. We just got it this week, which is technically earlier in the budget process than last year, but still not on time. Why is this a delay year after year?
Yeah, we can, it's a great question. And one, thank you for acknowledging the fact that we did get it out earlier. And something we
Still not on time, but earlier.
We'll take it. And so it is something we continue to work with our governmental partners to get out in advance of the budget. So acknowledging you want it sooner, we're working on it.
Okay. So I want to ask if we're thinking about what happens next. I noticed that throughout the CIP, all of the schools that were there last year are in for this year's CIP, but we didn't add anyone new. And if I'm looking at where we are sort of in the list in terms of pace, we're, in a couple of years, we're going to hit the milestone of every school having been touched, which is huge when we think about some of our neighbors in surrounding school districts they barely have a new coat of paint in any of their sort of school buildings. So how is DCPS working with DGS to think about what does the next iteration of this look like? I don't think that every school needs a new school every 15 years or so or whatever. But we do have a few who at one point they had a phase 1 modernization, which was very basic and now dated, that perhaps could use a refresh. How are you guys thinking about this?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. It's something that we think about often as we look at schools that had early.
Yes.
Army Corps engineers of modernizations, and I think our next phase in the pace, I think it's like 2027 is when we start contemplating the work that needs to happen there. For me, a big consideration of how we go forward is identifying more swing space.
Okay.
That is one of the biggest barriers that we have when we need to, physically take students and staff out of a building to do the work to modernize a building. And so we're looking carefully and scoping the landscape of how we can add additional buildings. Really proud that we added the old Eagle Academy building on Wheeler Road, and we expect that there'll be other opportunities to add facilities to our portfolio. In exchange with Councilmember Allen earlier, the challenge we have at Amadon Bowen, a couple other schools, is just having the right swing space.
Is it an idea of, I don't want DCPS to add schools to the portfolio just for the purpose of swing space, although that might be a cheaper option than modular units or renting available space that might be available. But in some parts of the city where space is at a premium and empty buildings are at a premium, I think we have to think about what do we kind of do here. I feel for the Brent, Amadon Bowen school communities because frankly, there's just not a lot of options.
There's not a lot of options.
The development that has taken place in that part of the city has really reduced the number of options that we have. And so I'm sympathetic to that, but I also am like, if you want your building modernized in a safe manner, in an efficient manner, you have to leave the existing building, and that might require you to leave the community for a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's hard for you all to manage. We even have a situation in Ward 1 where I didn't feel like the swing space was that far from the original school, but the enrollment decline would suggest that we had sent these families across town as opposed to, I think, what might be 6 or 7 blocks difference. And so we just have to sort of work through some of those.
Yeah.
I think Councilmember Nadeau might have asked you all in terms of the plan for Bancroft. Have you all socialized that with the community? Are we feeling strong about the next steps there?
Yes, we have socialized it with the school community. The school leader has communicated to families. The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive.
Okay.
And so the next phase is students will be relocated in the Sharp building until the new structure has been modernized, and we've redeveloped that site for the pre-K program. But of course, we'll continue to monitor their enrollment as well. They're continuing to grow to see if there's any other adjustments that we need to make. But the feedback has been positive.
Okay, that's good. Let me ask you about, because this is like our only sort of public opportunity before the beginning of next school year, the new decision to announce the cell phone policy change for DC Public Schools. How clever your timing to do it after we voted and had this debate about delay versus not. But I know that you all had been doing it, or I want to say piloting it, but you had sort of been rolling it out sort of over the course of time. I'm curious, what's the implementation cost for the schools that didn't already have something in place?
Yeah, so we've given schools the flexibility to create their path forward for how they will address this. You're right, we've had implementation in our middle schools across the district this year and last year. There were not additional resources much that we provided to schools. They kind of created their own path. We expect
Okay.
the same to be true as more high schools are added to the portfolio. I would say about a third of our high schools already have some type of phone-free procedure right now. And so it will be those additional high schools that be added to the mix. I think it's something that we'll have to continue to evaluate if there are needs where we need to provide additional resources to schools, but schools have been able to, find their own path forward. We did have a recent media event at McKinley Tech High School, and their students create their own lockers. So we put them on notice that may be something that we do internally.
Wait, what do you mean they create their own lockers?
So each summer, the engineering program at McKinley Tech constructs or they refurbish the current lockers for cell phones, and they have created them for other schools. So I think we just have to be creative. If there are additional needs that schools have, that we might create our own, phone locker system within the district. But schools may decide they want to do something else. Some schools use bins, pouches, number of different
Okay.
strategies.
But in terms of the additional costs, like if a school needed additional funding to be able to execute, they'd be able to request this from central office?
They can make requests, but we ask schools to, think about ways in which they can do it with the current resources they have.
Okay. In terms of the schools, so you said you did it for this school year and last school year for the middle schools. Have you been tracking any increases in terms of disciplinary outcomes as a result of students failing to adhere to the policy?
Yeah, so we have had minimal disciplinary actions associated with it, but I know it will look different at a high school level, so we'll monitor that closely. I think there's some resistance initially, but most students comply, and it isn't a real big issue for our schools. So I think it's just important for schools to plan early
Okay.
how they will address that, but we don't anticipate that to be an issue.
All right.
And many of our incoming ninth graders would have already had that experience in middle school. And so
Easier transition.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, no, I understand. We might have to think about elementary schools as well, because
So we do have elementary schools that do have phone procedures. So for example, John Lewis Elementary School, I was impressed. They have their own mini locker systems for phones. So it could be something that I think, schools do across the district.
okay, all right. I think that this is very good, and we had a previous conversation with your staff about this, which is when my office was thinking about a bill, I didn't think that legislation was necessary because I felt like LEAs could move in this direction, and I think DCPS doing so, even with the absence of additional funding, is showing that LEAs can be resourceful if everyone is sort of united around the goal that time in the classroom should be distraction-free from devices. I want to ask you some questions about middle school engagement, just sort of overall. I'm sure you saw the Washington Post series from earlier this week. The piece on truancy, I think is more focused on the school piece. Obviously, the others is what happens or what they feel like are the consequences of young people not attending school. I think we kind of talked about this before, maybe perhaps at a truancy hearing, but I'm curious your thoughts on this. So compulsory education doesn't start until 5 for kindergarten, but technically we have young people, or DCPS has young people in the buildings starting at 3. And we don't have the same attendance policies for pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, where I think bad habits start to develop. And then you get to kindergarten and all of a sudden you're like, oh, no, you have to come every day, when for the last 2 years that you were at a DCPS school, you know, parents are kind of using it as, well, I didn't have to go to work that day, so I just didn't bring them to school. That's not the majority, but that does happen quite often. Have you all thought about changing your approach on attendance for the pre-K students so that there isn't this abrupt shift when you get to kindergarten, or that families aren't necessarily starting off with bad attendance behaviors that persist?
We have. It's a great question, Councilmember. It's something that, you know, we're trying to balance. I think there's this tug of war with how do we make sure that families value pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 programs. This really wasn't as much of an issue until post-pandemic remote work scenarios where families, like you said, I'm at home today, why not skip pre-K 3 or pre-K 4? And so we have had a greater emphasis on this in our pre-K centers at Stevens and Military Road, and also schools that have pre-K 3, pre-K 4 programs. I think if this issue continues where we don't see regular attendance in pre-K 3, pre-K 4, I think we would have to reevaluate the way we think about it. Because it is not a universal offering in every school, I don't know if it's compulsory is the answer, but I do think there may have to be some consequences if a student missed a significant amount of time, especially if a school has a waiting list, right? Because you're holding a seat for a student that is
Not attending.
intermittently attending school when, you know, someone wants that seat. So
Do you all track attendance for pre-K 3, pre-K 4?
we do.
Okay.
And
I think you should look back at the data, right? Because I feel like you probably are already seeing trends where the attendance for pre-K 3 and 4 post-pandemic is a problem.
It is.
As opposed to us waiting 2 or 3 more years for us to sort of address that. The second part of that article, so that sort of came to mind, was around middle school extracurricular activities and otherwise. The last 3 years, I've included in my budget letter request to the mayor that we increase whatever is the admin premium or whatnot to specifically for middle grades, school-sponsored activities and programs at DC Public Schools so the buildings can stay open longer. We do after school strong for elementary school kids. And then you get to 6th grade and we're like, well, it's 3:15. You got to leave the building regardless of whether or not you have some sort of structured activity to do or not. I was concerned about the disparity in terms of program offerings from, say, a school like Deal versus a school like Kelly Miller. How'd you feel about that?
Well, I think it's a little misleading because I think the person who wrote the story just solely at the numbers. So if you look at the proportion of participation, you know, it's comparable to many other middle schools. But the number looks high because Deal Middle School is.
Well, I know student population is
Right,
triple the size of Kelly Miller, but in terms of the diversity of offerings, right? I feel like sometimes we focus a lot on sports. Well, if I'm not athletically inclined, then what option is there for me after school? And I know that there are teachers who may want to sponsor a club or activity, but they shouldn't have to be sainted in terms of going without pay to be able to do those additional duties.
Yeah, it is a priority for us, increasing the options and opportunity and also participation. I think at the middle school level, because it's not traditional, you know, after school care for supervision, you really have to be in tune to student interest. And so we've been assessing participation this school year and also where our middle schoolers have interest. And they've reminded us that everybody's not into athletics or everybody's not into the arts. So, right. So I think we have to create a diversity of opportunities for students to participate.
Is there
school.
funding in this budget to accomplish that?
Yeah, so there's funding to support after school programming in middle schools. I think for us, it's just finding the right programs that are aligned to the interests of that particular school before we say, oh, this school needs more. We want to make sure that we have the right offerings.
So are you challenging school leaders to push on this in the next school year?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
like,
we've been working on it this school year, actually. So we've done more work to assess participation and also to assess interest. And we're working with school leaders with the goal of tailoring their after-school options to the needs and the interests of their students, especially clubs, because we could have a wide range of clubs that cover different interests that our middle school students have. So again, this is a priority for us. I don't know that is quite yet, an issue where we need to throw money at it. I think it's an issue where we need to be more intentional with what we offer to ensure that it is of interest to the students that are attending that particular middle school.
okay, I'm over my time.
Councilmember, do you need another round or are you almost done?
I'm done. I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Truman.
Thank you very much. And going back, and so Councilmember Henderson can hear me, in terms of those after-school offerings, really important that we be providing them. They also impose a cost with janitorial and security that's not built into all the models of what does it take to serve students. And so just want to plant the seed with her as well, that looking for a way to fund those supports for out-of-school time programs and for recreational uses and rentals that doesn't impose on DCPS's ability to serve kids on the core mission, I think is an important thing. So that I'll be exploring in the next year and be talking with you about.
Yeah.
On that, in the field rental space, do you have data on how much revenue you received for field rentals and how much of that revenue you return to the schools? And for now, the question is top line numbers, not school by school, but how much did you earn in field rentals and how much did you return to the schools?
Well, thank you for that question. Very valid point about security, and we will continue to evaluate like what is needed because we don't want that to be a barrier to after school programming. In terms of field space, I don't know, we have estimates.
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me, and I don't want to speculate. I will say one of the things that's an important clarification here is just as we think about budget and the transactional work that happens on budget, we don't take that money and give it back to schools. And the reason this is important to say is what we do is we take expenditures that they've already made and move it to that fund. And so that frees up cash on their books. And so sometimes you'll hear from schools that say, well, we didn't get any money from this to cover the overtime cost. The reality is what we've done is taken those overtime costs off of their books and moved it over. So it is, we can follow up with you the exact amounts, but just that we do hear feedback from schools sometimes on that.
Yeah, I mean, this, as you know, it's an area of interest. There was legislation that was passed a while ago that suggested that 75% of the revenue, I think it is, was supposed to go back to schools. You've come up with a different way of doing it. Sometimes that's to pay for the additional security. And so that's why I want to untangle these knots so that it works in the way it was intended to, which is that somehow it benefits the school that's opened itself up to be used in this way. And we'll be following up with you on that. On early literacy, you talked about it in your opening presentation. When do the trainings happen? Are teachers getting these trainings during the school day? Is it a thing that they need to take time off and do after school? Is it something they do on the weekends? How are we facilitating as many teachers as possible getting this training?
Thank you for that question. We build time in our professional development calendar throughout the year in order for teachers to be able to get that training during school time. And so we strategically place it in our pre-service week planning for teachers to be able to receive that training. We have professional development district-wide PD days built into our calendar. And honestly, school leaders create time and space for teachers to also, if they miss for some reason those district-wide PD opportunities, for them to be able to do the training during the day.
And what percentage of our kindergarten teachers, for example, have gotten this training? Where are we at in terms of deployment and getting as many? Because the science on this is powerful, but where do we stand in terms of getting people trained?
We're making great progress. I can follow up with you with the exact percentage because as we come to the end of the school year, we're still collecting that information from teachers who may not have completed it just yet, but we are on track to ensure that all of our kindergarten teachers receive the training by the end of next school year.
Okay, great. And I think there's been some back and forth about the science of learning curriculum that you guys have developed. And have you been in a back and forth with OSSI about that science of reading curriculum? Where does that stand?
Yeah, so OSSI has given us feedback on our literacy curriculum. They have been very supportive in terms of telling us what looks good and what we are doing well in the areas that we need to make revisions. And so we're in the process over the summer of starting those revisions so we can address some of the areas in which they want to see bolstered within our curriculum.
When do you expect the next revision to be put forward?
So those revisions are starting now and will happen throughout the summer. And we'll be able to share that information, obviously, with schools in our school communities in terms of where those revisions are and what we expect to change in terms of their implementation for next school year.
Okay, great. And I woke up this morning and had an email from you, Dr. Fairby, to the Hardy, the Jackson Reed and Hardy folks about sibling rights to Jackson Reed. And I think the upshot of what you said in that letter was that Hardy graduates who have a sibling at Jackson Reed will get a sibling preference in the lottery, which is they would get a sibling preference in any case. Mm-hmm. But I think the news in your letter was that there will be lottery seats at Jackson Reed in coming years. And when I look at the numbers, I wonder, do you have an idea of how many lottery seats you'll be able to offer at Jackson Reed in coming years?
I think that's difficult to predict at this point because we will be going beyond the 27-28 school year. So what we've communicated to families, we're confident and committed to sibling preference seats at Jackson Reed for the upcoming 25-26 school year, 26-27, and 27-28. Beyond that, I think we would have to reevaluate at that time.
Okay. And how many, when I look at it, I see an enrollment projection for Jackson Reed for next year of 1,732, and I see current 9th, 10th, 11th grade classes that look almost like 450 kids. So that gets you to 1,350. I guess that's, if that held, there'd be 400 seats for next year's 9th graders. And you think, how are you? What are you anticipating the size of next year's 9th grade at Jackson Reed?
Yeah, so I think for next year's 9th grade, again, 26, 27, 27, 28, we're committed to the families for siblings. And so I think what we're saying is when we get to the 28, 29 school year, far off, we would want to reevaluate again before we make another commitment.
I see. So it isn't like you have X number, but you will provide sibling preference seats. Okay. Well,
yeah, and right now we estimate the number is about 10 to 15 families. And so we've committed to those families that they will have a seat based on sibling preference at Jackson Reed. And that will cover 25, 26, 26, 27, and 27, 28.
Okay, it could be my apologies. Should have read the letter more closely, but now I'm understanding the import of the letter. Thank you very much. I
No
think
worries.
that's super helpful. You had been doing early stages evaluations at private daycares, and this year you're stopping doing that. And I'm just curious, what's the savings there? Because it does seem like, and I think you spoke to this a while ago, the earlier we can get to kids, the better. And so there's a benefit to doing that service. How much are we saving by not doing that service?
Yeah, I don't know that I can give you a number for savings. So I'd have to get back to you on that. But it's important that you understand in the community that we've seen a larger number of families needing this type of support, and we've also seen the number of students being identified in early stages grow as well. So it's something that we're evaluating as a whole, because we want to make sure that students have exhausted, or young scholars have exhausted, all other resources before we designate special education services as the sole solution. And we do offer, I believe, 2 centers for assessments that are accessible to families.
Okay. Interesting. I'll still be curious, but I hear you. What I'm hearing you say is the demand for these services is so great everywhere that you then have to figure out where you can do it and where you can't.
That is correct. I think it's efficiency of offerings, and one is at Walker Jones, and then we recently added a second site at Ron Brown.
Okay, and so then the last thing sticks in the early childhood space, and you've gotten many emails, I've gotten many emails from families who have children who are 5 years old now, and they are birthdays before, or they will turn 5 before September 30th, and so then the question is, what grade should they go to next year? And when I look at all of the documents, I do think it's clear that that DCPS has said for a while that they expect 5-year-olds to be in kindergarten. And on paper, I think that looks clear to me. There's discretion in the DCMR about things that can be done, but on paper, I do think that looks clear. The challenge that I have is I don't think that it's been the consistent practice. I think that for years, folks have been able, when they have a birthday that is close to the line, to hold their child back and then have them go to kindergarten when they're older by a little than the rules would require. And I think people have done it in good faith. And the one reason that I think people have done it in good faith is my wife did it with one of our children. She didn't even ask me about it, and she did it. But I don't think she was gaming the system. I think she was making an assessment about where our child was and what was going to be best for them. I get it that you don't want to offload that decision to others. The DCPS wants to be able to make that assessment. I do get that. The challenge I have is that there are some folks who the parents, the child care center operator, and often a DCPS principal have concluded, yeah, that child doesn't look like they're going to be ready for kindergarten. And so they were held back. And now that very child who others had determined didn't think was ready for kindergarten could confront having to skip kindergarten and enter the cohort that the determination was they weren't ready for. And it's a challenge for you because you want rules that apply even-handedly. I get it. But there's this cohort where it isn't so much that the rules changed, but the practice feels like it changed and their expectations have been changed. And one of the things that you say in some of the back and forth is that DCPS will evaluate what grade the child is ready for, and will take into account their educational experience, which I read whether they've gone to kindergarten. That would be part of their educational experience. And what I'm urging you to do is to give very significant weight to the fact that a child hasn't gone to kindergarten yet as you're doing this evaluation, particularly in this coming year, because we've had what feels like, and I'm not trying to be accusatory in any way, a change in the approach. So can you talk to me about how you're going to account for that in how you deal with these situations in the coming year?
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging, the hands of fairness in this. I do agree that there's been some more confusion around it, a misunderstanding that we need to continue to clarify. I think your request is certainly fair and one of our considerations. I think there's some misunderstanding that families believe that, our assessment would take a year and, a child would be out of placement for an entire school year or the bulk of the school year. So I think your request is very valid in that we will provide an opportunity to do those assessments as quickly and early as possible as students start the school year. And we also will utilize the weight considerations that you describe in terms of our thinking about where the student is and where they need to be placed if they're not aligned with, DCMR as it relates to grade that they should be placed in.
Okay, so I just used up all of my time. I did want to talk with you on the record about this. I'm sure we'll be having more conversations, but let's find a way to be fair and serve all of our kids as best we can.
Understood. Thank you. We're committed to comprehensive, timely evaluations. I think I would close with, we just want to make sure that families enroll so we can start that process sooner rather than later.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. I want to finish up with the line of questioning I was asking earlier with regard to programs or personnel that DCPS was paying for centrally this year and schools are expected to cover. And we talked about connected schools, and then we were starting to talk about New Heights when that nasty little clock got in the way. With regard to New Heights, my understanding is that DCPS has a Title IX obligation for expectant and parenting students. Is that correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
And it's also, I have a note here from last week's hearing that in FY24, maybe that means school year 24-25, that there were 132 students who were pregnant or expecting. You don't have to verify the exact number, but does that sound about right?
That sounds high. So 132 is the number I just received.
Isn't that what I said, 132?
Oh, I thought you said 134. My apologies.
Well, okay. And where we left it was that you're keeping a manager at Central, but in terms of FTEs, you're eliminating the 4 FTEs at Central, and schools would be expected to pick that up. And Garnett Patterson was a school you identified that is hiring some positions here. Of course, Garnett Patterson is, as I recall, older students who have maybe dropped out or coming back or struggling to stay in school. So there would likely be a higher incidence of parenting or pregnant students at Garnett Patterson. So how is DCPS intending to maintain its Title IX obligation with this new structure?
Yeah, I think, as I stated earlier, our ability to maintain the manager position and that manager being able to monitor data as it relates to where we have parenting students throughout our schools and making sure that they're making the connections with the POC at the school. And when I say POC, most of the time it's a professional school counselor or some other related service provider who is being identified as the individual that will help to liaison between that central service position and the school in terms of making sure that the students receive the programming and partnerships that they're entitled to within the program.
Do you have a student to staff ratio figure for the current school year for this, for new height students?
So yes, we do know where our parenting students are as and the number of parenting students that we have at each school. Yes.
Do you have a student to staff ratio for them?
It varies. So it varies greatly. We have a school like Woodson that has 3 parenting students, to a Coolidge that has 11, to Garnett Patterson, like I said, that has the largest number, which is 38.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions from Councilmember Lewis George that she fed to me. Back to Deal and Kelly Miller Middle School. With regard to out of school time, do you know what the program to student ratio is for each of those schools?
Yeah, we do have the ratio based on students. Let me pull that number for you. 1 second. So enrollment, participation, percent of students, you asked for Deal, correct?
Yes, and Kelly Miller. And then I was going to ask, do you have that
Kelly,
across?
Kelly Miller is 38% of the student population. And trying to find Deal. I don't see Deal right now. I have to get back to you on Deal. I don't see Deal.
What does that mean, 38%? 38%
So
of the
38% of the enrolled students are participating in the after-school program at Kelly Miller.
But my
And
question,
Deal,
yeah,
go ahead.
Deal.
Deal, there's 93% of the student population to participate.
My question was ratio.
I'm sorry. No, Deal is 27%.
Deal is 27%?
Correct.
Boy, I take just a minute and it goes from 93 to 27.
Again, I think what you have to account for is the number of students. Deals, I think on paper it looks more because they have a much larger student population.
Yeah. Do you have an average across middle schools?
Yep, I do. Let's see here. It's on average is 40%.
So on average, higher than Kelly Miller. You said Kelly Miller was 38%.
Yes, yeah. The average is slightly higher than Kelly Miller. Correct.
Thank you. I'm going to change the subject. This came up, I think, first round from another council member. I want to ask about substitutes. What's your position on permanent substitutes in schools?
We made it an option for schools to purchase a permanent sub if they believe that's the best solution for them. Some schools like having the same person.
And do you know how many schools have a permanent substitute?
We can get that number for you. It's 50
50? Is that currently or for 26?
for 26.
I hate to complicate this. Is that 50 mostly elementary schools or mostly middle schools or mostly high schools? And
That does complicate the answer a little bit. We have to follow up on that.
We do? Never mind. Oh, I think we have that. Um,
And on
Okay.
the after school, what we're collecting is clubs, 'cause we don't have a clear picture of the clubs, but those are the programs that we know of that are not clubs.
Okay. What is your position in terms of the salaries or hourly wage for substitute teachers? You know, that's been a source of agitation by substitute teachers for a while.
Yeah, I think it's something that we need to continue to evaluate. I mean, it allows us to have a pool. And so I think we're meeting the demand that is currently needed for schools for substitutes. But it's something that we will continue to have to look at the market and determine if we need to potentially increase that rate and then what the cost would be.
Well, what is the rate?
It is $20 an hour for a regular substitute and $25 an hour for a long-term substitute.
And long-term is defined as,
30 or more days in the school.
so I sign up to be a substitute teacher. You pay me at $20 an hour, or do I sign up and then check the box that says long-term?
So long-term, like long-term assignments. And so after they've been there for 30 days, that's when their rate would change.
That's after they're at one school for 30 days.
Correct. Yeah. So it's a long-term assignment. So if somebody's out on leave or something like that. If they're just ad hoc, because as you'll recall, substitutes are requested on an as-needed basis. And so, you know, they'll put a call out for substitutes for that day. Substitutes will check to see if there's any availability and they want to work that day, and then they'll show up. There's also long-term sub-assignments as well for people that are out on extended leave.
So I'm a substitute teacher and I substitute at Woodson for 10 days and I substituted Deal for 5 and I substituted Kelly Miller for 5 and at some point I get to 30. I'm still getting $20 an hour. I'm a substitute teacher and I take an assignment at Woodson for 40 days.
Yeah, we can follow up with you on the specific rules of it because I think it's a little bit more complicated based on situations like that. Obviously, we do want some consistency there, so we can follow up with our procedures there.
All right, so I'll make a note you're going to follow up. What's your position on flexible scheduling, Chancellor?
We're still supporting it. There's schools that have still maintained the supports that we've been providing. And, you know, it's something that if schools are interested in, there's a point in time that they can make requests for additional supports, or if there's adjustments that we need to make centrally. But a number of schools continue to utilize that structure.
Additional supports is the same as additional funding from Central?
Maybe, for example, if a school's adjusting their schedule where it may impact other services such as English as a English as a second language or specialized instruction. We just want to be sure that we're meeting all our obligations should a school decide to adjust their schedule. At the secondary level, it's especially important because sometimes flexibility is given to students in attending other programs at other schools or other sites. So again, we just want to make sure that we account for all of our obligations throughout the day.
So additional supports could be funding to the school, or it could be supporting them with, I'm going to say, a part-time staff person on some subject matter, or?
Yeah, it could be adjusting their specialized instruction services in alignment with the structures that they've created with their flexible scheduling.
Didn't you have a pilot a year ago or this year?
We did have a pilot program, and we provided resources to schools to create flexible scheduling models. Many of those schools have maintained those models. I think one that we talked about earlier was with the educational aides, oftentimes have a role to play. There's some co-teaching models that are currently continuing to be implemented as well.
And when was the pilot discontinued?
That funding was fiscal year 24. So I think the funding would have ended last school year.
So DCPS is supportive of flexible scheduling,
That is correct.
not asking for any money in the budget for flexible scheduling. Had a pilot that I assume was successful where DCPS did provide funding to schools. At this point, schools would have to absorb any cost, although Central might be able to help.
That sounds accurate.
And what is your position on experiential learning? I think the program has been funded out of OSSI, but does DCPS do anything in that regard, or what's your view on experiential learning?
We support experiential learning experiences. It's a key part of our support. So it's part of our cornerstones that are universal experience for students in a particular grade level. We're also continuing to provide swim instruction, which is a new addition to our supports for students at the elementary grades. We have been working with the transportation providers to kind of fill in the gap. I think that's just the biggest gap that we see is having the appropriate vendors available and the planning to identify the places and events that schools want students to visit or learn from, and then creating a path for them to have the appropriate transportation.
So is Central paying for transportation?
There are times we do pay for transportation. Give you a context, we have had over 3,700 domestic field trips this year. And
How many?
3,716 domestic field trips this year and 25 international field trips.
But these were not all paid for by DCPS Central.
Correct. Some of these have been paid for by schools or families directly.
To the extent that DCPS provides money, where is it budgeted?
In different places, primarily through our teaching and learning team. But there are some times where we pull resources from other cost centers. And then, of course, as you know, the study abroad program is funded by its own line item.
I'm going to ask about that in a minute. So if experiential learning is funded through different programs, and let's say there's a line in your budget that looks to me like isn't really very important, and I cut it, it could end up having experiential learning in it. How am I to know?
Well, I advise you not to make any cuts unless, you know, we have opportunity to discuss them, because there are, I think it can be a little deceiving sometimes when there are cuts to central services of what those services may mean to the impact of schools. So I would hope we would have an opportunity to discuss those.
Yeah, but shouldn't the budget be transparent enough that there's a line that says experiential learning as opposed to, and I'm assuming if I looked at teaching and learning that, and I asked for the detail under that, that I would find a line that says experiential learning, or maybe I don't?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a line item specific for experiential learning, but there are some line items. For example, we have identified swim, which we support. So you can find many of those, but we have to be creative at times because sometimes schools will present new opportunities to us and we have to, you know, find the resources to support them.
Well, I don't know that I have a problem with your being creative. We should like creative, but I do have a problem if there's a line that says laptops and it turns out that that's actually part of that's to go to experiential learning.
Yeah. I I don't think it is that extreme, but I think if the council is considering making reductions to central services, we would hope that we would have the opportunity to share some feedback.
Well, I know you'll take the opportunity regardless of whether we give you an opportunity.
Yeah, but some of the areas, I mean, we just can't reprogram in that way. So
Yeah, but I just seriously, with
Yeah.
experiential learning, I'm trying to understand where it's budgeted. And your answer was it's primarily budgeted under teaching and learning.
correct.
Study abroad program, is that specifically budgeted?
It is budgeted.
And how much do you have in it? And how does that compare with the current school year?
I don't believe there's any changes. It approximately $500,000, and it comes directly from OSSI.
So it's not actually your money, it's OSSI's money.
Yeah, it comes from OSSI to DCPS. And there's an MOU that outlines the terms of that pass-through.
And your testimony is that it's unchanged from this year to next year.
That is correct.
How about last year, meaning 24, FY24? Was it more or the same?
I'd have to go back and look at previous years. But our team is saying it's been the same for the last 3 years, but we would want to get you exact numbers for each fiscal year.
And about how many students benefit from it?
Great question. The same number of trips typically occur, but would have to get you historical numbers on students, but this year there's been 123.
I want to ask you about contracts. The underlying question is this: what is DCPS doing to control costs in its major contracts? So your security contract is going up by $3.7 million.
Yeah, so the increases typically are personnel increases or other inflationary costs. So the majority of the increase in the security contracts related to increased salaries for the workers.
Well, as I recall, it's a multi-year contract. So they're option years. Is the 3.7 million the option year or something more happened?
Yeah, so I mean, I think security is an interesting conversation related to some of the other conversations we've had here, right? So security is a unit hour contract, which means that if we use an hour of services, we pay for an hour of services. So what we do know is that, you know, between option years, we do see the price of the unit go up. But we also balance that out with the number of needs that we see across the school system, the number of folks that are using our fields that we're being asked to pay for, the number of after school activities. And so we do see demand drive that in most of all of our unit cost contracts. Same thing as food services as well. We do know this year, even though we're seeing that increase that you just talked about, that we are going to have to reduce a few of our security officers at schools to be able to balance the available resources that are available with all the other needs that are happening throughout the system related to security.
So the option year calls for a higher wage.
That's correct. And also, I think as we shared with you, you know, they are part of a collective bargaining agreement that they just reached a new new agreement. And so those costs are already baked within the option year contract. And so we don't expect that will increase, but the company does need to be able to cover those costs for that collective bargaining agreement.
So your testimony is that wages are going up. That would be covered by the increase. However, the increase is not enough without reducing a few of the officers.
That's correct, because again, like when we talk about, unit hour utilization, we do see more after-school activity. Something we've talked about today that's important to folks here is that means that our security officers have to work more inside the buildings. And even though that we're allowing for the increase in the wages, right, as part of the option year contract, we also know that there are going to be additional costs that we continue to see throughout the system for those other activities.
Are you doing anything to look at other ways to save costs with security? For instance, civilianizing, having in-house people? What I mean by civilianizing is instead of having a uniformed officer, having 3 uniformed officers at the main door, you have 1 and then 2 who are not officers. They're just personnel in case you need more folks. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm asking, are you doing anything to look at other ways to save costs?
Yeah, I think it's an important conversation. We have had conversations with Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, who licenses SOs and SPOs regarding that. That was a question you asked at one of our last hearings, and we've had some of those conversations with them. For being a security officer, you have to be a licensed security officer, and
Sure.
the scope of which is defined. We do also work very closely with our school communities to make it understood that security is not just the security officer's responsibility, it's the whole building's responsibility for security. But what you'll see, and what I think we've talked about before in our deployments, is many of our schools, especially in the lower grades, have very few security officers already. And there's a minimum amount of folks that are necessary to do weapons abatement. Every time we do weapons abatement at a school, that requires a minimum of 3 officers. And so there has to be a critical mass of folks that is doing that work. And one of the feedback that we get a lot of times at our high schools is about the throughput for weapons abatement in the morning. And so as we balance all that out, we're really playing a balancing act of like, what is it a security officer can do? But as part of all of this, we are expecting our school community to lean into security overall.
Why does it take a minimum of 3 security officers for weapons abatement?
I think as you walk in the Wilson building, you'll see that there's one person that's doing the wand, one person that's monitoring the X-ray portal, and one person that's monitoring the tunnel. And so the same thing, it takes 3 people to make sure that somebody's not just walking through an X-ray machine and not getting detected, right? Somebody's going to look at the screen to see if there's a weapon in there. Somebody's going to look and see if there is the magnometer going off, and then somebody's going to do the secondary search as well.
And those need to be security officers?
They do by a regulation.
You have a contract for facilities, SWC. I'm not sure what SWC is. School-wide. School-wide. For the current year, it's $367,500. In the proposed budget, it's $3,922,000. I could ask why the increase, or I could ask, what is DCPS doing to control costs?
You said that was in the facilities line?
Yeah, the DIFS program is 4, and there are a whole bunch of zeros and then 3.
Yeah, let us follow up with you on that one. I don't have it in front of me.
This is a budget hearing.
Sure, I understand.
You have another contract STEM in school support that's going from 0 this year to $3,145,000 next year. iReady, Map Growth, and CC Science curriculum licenses, Eureka Learn and Practice.
Yeah, so the STEM one you're referring to is actually a shift. It's shifting between 7131 and 7132. So it's not a true increase. It's where it actually sits on the budget. And the facilities cost that you referenced was related to DGS fixed costs.
That was the previous question.
Yes, sir.
So DGS is fixed costs. You've gone from 367,000 to 3,555,000?
I think we have seen some cost shift, and again, we can follow up with the technical details about where those have transitioned in the budget book. As a reminder, last year, there were some shifts during last year's budget with regards to fixed costs that got moved around, and so those will show up as increases within the budget book. And so we're happy to, if you can provide those questions, we can follow up with you and provide specific details about it.
Well, your overall contract line is going up by $21 million from 101 million to 123 million.
That's probably accurate. We do see increased costs in security and food. Some of the conversations we've had specifically related to food. We've seen multi-million-dollar increases in food.
Sure. So security is going up 3.7, food's going up 1.6. Help me here, that's for 5.3 million. We're still kind of short of the 21 million.
Sure. I mean, there's contractual costs all throughout the agency. So I don't have them specifically in front of me.
Well, literacy and humanities is going from $77,000 to 1,137,000.
Is there a question there?
Yeah, the question is, it's either, I'll give you a choice. What is DCPS doing to control costs, or why is it going up so much?
I mean, I think as we look at all of our contracts, right, we're negotiating with the vendors that to get the best competitive price. But the reality is a lot of the work that Central does is providing contractual services. There's 200 different program areas, all which have contractual costs throughout the agency. We know that costs have gone up across the world. And so we do expect that those costs would go up. We can follow up on specific contracts that you'll have questions about. When you see a contractual line item, it's not necessarily just one specific cost, but maybe multiple contracts within there across the 200 program lines.
Well, I hate to say at a budget hearing, could you follow up? Because the whole point of the budget hearing is that you're here to talk about the budget, but maybe that's what we need.
Well, Chairman, I also think, keep in mind that we have some costs that were previously funded by federal recovery dollars that are no longer on our budget. And so some of those costs have shifted to local expenditures that might potentially be an increase. I think you mentioned Eureka earlier. I think that's a great example where our programming and services have changed. So you may have heard earlier, we said that we're adopting a new math curriculum, Eureka Squared. And so there will be additional materials and curriculum resources that we need to purchase as part of our contract with Eureka to ensure that we're able to implement this across our elementary schools. So there are some shifts in the way that we support schools.
Well, yeah, but I'm looking at table 2. Your local funds are going up $75.4 million. And your federal funds are going down by 1.2 million. So I appreciate the suggestion that these contract costs are reflecting a shift from federal to local, but the shift from federal to local is shifting maybe $2 million in federal to local, where you're already getting an increase of 75 million. You
Yeah,
get
I'm
that
not saying that accounts for everything. I'm just giving you some examples.
So let me try this, because I have a list here, and I'll tell you the list, and I hope somebody takes notes, and I would like to get detail that explains. Because I have in my mind, sometimes my mind is not nice. I have in my mind that one of the things that's happened in government, and DCPS would be part of this, is that over the years, we've grown contracts and grown contracts and grown contracts. And I kind of wonder how DCPS got by with giving a good education, let's say in 2016, and now it suddenly needs all these contracts, which it didn't have in 2016. So that's another way of putting that is I have my eye on contracts, and so I'm asking you to justify. So I mentioned, well, I just give you the list. It's security, which went up $3.7 million. Facilities, which you said was DGS fixed cost, that went up $3.5 million. STEM, which went from 0 to $3.145 million. That's 400264. Tech support that went up by $2.9 million. You want the diffs number?
No, okay.
Literacy and humanities that went from $77,000 to $1,060,000.
Yeah, and again, we can follow up with you, the literary ones, and we provided you some of this information in the All Funds program book. You'll actually see for that one is that was a shift between professional services and contractual services. So in 25, there was $1.6 million in professional services that then went to 77,000, and it basically flipped. And so we can provide you those details of sort of why that happened. There's really not an increase there as I look at, that specific one, but we can certainly follow up with you.
Yeah, that would be helpful. That's what I'm asking. Again, in the context of contractual services going up by $21 million or 21%.
Sure.
It was actually, the actual in FY24 was 69 million. And the proposed for next year is 123 million. So that's like a $50 million difference. Employee services is not a lot of money, but it went from 0 to 379,000. Educational technology, again, not a lot of money, but it went from 0 to $373,000. And graduation excellence, which apparently is not so much about excellence in graduation, but about venues for graduation.
Graduation is a perfect example to highlight. Graduation was removed last year by the council that pays for our graduation cost for ceremonies. And so as we put that back in to be able to make sure that we can afford to pay for graduation ceremonies, you'll see that as an increase.
Well, when you follow up and explain all this, tell me what the expenditure was in school year 20 or fiscal year 24. So the follow-up will be very important in our understanding these increases. And maybe more generally, just how it got to be a $21 million increase from current year to next year, which is a $50 million increase, $50 million increase from actual in FY24 to proposed next year. That would be helpful. Chancellor Farabee, we've heard a lot of frustration from teachers about the amount of testing at DCPS. How much does DCPS spend on assessment contracts?
It could vary by year. So we'd have to give you the local costs. I mean, the primary assessments that we utilize that have costs is our early literacy assessments, our ready assessments are the ones that typically have costs. But most contracts for assessment also includes instructional supports as well. So it's just not the actual cost to the assessment.
Well, I guess I would like you to follow up with an itemization of the budget for these assessments. And my impression is that it's a separate contract with, for instance, ANET or iReady. So I'd like to see that itemization. And also some defense of why all these assessments are necessary. So I'm sympathetic to teachers who say that they're spending too much time testing. And I totally get that there's a value in assessing where a student is at the beginning of the school year. And I totally get that there's a value to an assessment that tells us at some point in the school year, like maybe in April or May, where that student is in terms of being proficient or below basic. But I'm not convinced that the assessment that happens very frequently, I think weekly or monthly or something, that tells the teacher whether the student is learning. When if the teacher is good, the teacher already knows whether the student's learning. And one way to deal with that would be to just simply not fund the contracts, which I'm sure you wouldn't agree with, but that's one way that we could deal with that. So I'm asking you for not only the itemization, but the justification that persuades me that I'm wrong.
Yeah,
How much-
I think one thing that's important to know, Chairman, is that the assessment data often drives our interventions, right? And so we have a tiered model of supports, whether that be high impact tutoring, Saturday Academy, you have to have regular data points that you can utilize to determine who needs what types of supports and services. So we can provide more details about those assessments. Many of our assessments don't have any costs associated with, but there's some, like you mentioned, ANET already that do have costs associated with it.
Yeah, you do ANET for math in high school, am I right?
No, ANET wouldn't be math in high school. That's math in elementary.
Well, I have a note here that DCPS cut ANET for high school reading. Is that wrong?
Take that.
Yeah, we used to have ANET in high school for math, and based upon feedback from school leaders as well as teachers and educators, when we transitioned our high school or secondary school math curriculum to illustrative math, the assessments were already built in, and schools preferred for us to use the assessments that were within the curriculum. And so we moved away from ANET math for high school.
But you still do ANET reading in high school.
Correct, in middle school and high school.
How much does DCPS spend to design the required curricula tasks, that's the RCT, and collect data on them?
So those are created internally by a central services team.
So iReady is a contract and ANET is a contract, but RCT is not.
Correct.
Assessments. Do you have a contract for how you, what you do with the data that you collect on the RCTs? Or is that internal as well?
That's internal as well.
I wrote down eternally and it's internally. Thought that was funny. Nobody laughed. So you were asked earlier about special education and an increase in attorneys. That basically is just to backfill what the council cut last year.
That's correct.
Which tells me that you were still maintaining the attorneys, you just were paying for them out of a different line.
The cost still existed regardless of whether or not it was cut.
And so we had a hearing in the fall, maybe it was in December. And for me, the takeaway was that DCPS should be trying to settle more and litigate less. For example, the win rate for DCPS on all issues was 33%. That means it was losing 2/3 of the cases. Some or all of the issues. And I remember there was testimony that suggested the money that goes into litigation could be better spent on resources in the schools to provide special education. What are you doing, Chancellor, to right-size this?
Well, I think another strategy is ensure that there's proper fidelity of implementation on the IEP at the school level. And so that investment for us is training, support for school-based staff to ensure that that's being implemented well. I don't know that it would solve for every dispute or allegation that we're not following the IEP. And I think,
Say that last.
again, I think even with enhanced training, I do think there's still going to be a likelihood that some families will choose a legal path. But I do believe that enhanced training and supports for our schools and implementation of IEPs will help.
Well, better IEPs, yes, I guess.
Not the IEP itself, but the fidelity of implementation of those IEPs.
I got lost there.
So for example,
it's-
once the IEP team meets and they determine the goals and the services, I think how we implement the strategies that are associated with those goals can minimize disputes. And so if the productivity and the proficiency of services is strong, I think that does limit scenarios where there are dispute about DCPS delivering on those services.
Okay.
And to your point, I think there's continued legal work that we do. DCPS, for example, settles 80% of its file complaints to minimize cost of litigation. So anytime we can settle those complaints, that limits costs as well.
Yes, and that 80% sounds good, but I'm remembering from the hearing last December that DCPS is a leader in the country in these, what are they called? HODs, what are they called? Yeah, where they actually end up going to a hearing officer as opposed to being settled.
Yeah. And as I said earlier, I think that's highly motivated by attorneys seeking additional attorney fees.
But they're winning. 2/3 of the time, they're winning. So to me, that's the problem. They could be greedy lawyers, but if they're winning, that says to me, either there's something wrong with the IEP, which is why DCPS is saying that they don't have to implement it, or DCPS would just do better to implement it.
Yeah, we're happy to mediate. We believe that that is a favorable path.
But that's not what DCPS is doing. It may be doing it 80% of the time, but you're still, the 20% is still a leader in the country,
Yeah, well,
and you're
I
losing.
think there's very different circumstances in DC compared to other jurisdictions about how families get to a path of this legal intervention. In many places, you're required to have some type of mediation, so there isn't a clear line into litigation.
I'm more than willing to change the law.
Okay, yeah.
but I haven't gotten to ask. But I'm still stuck on, you're losing 2/3 of the cases.
Well, it's a good reminder that you're open to some changes to the law, and we'll propose some recommendations.
Few more questions. In the budget book, in the table 2, there's special purpose revenue funds. It's going from 7.1 million to 13.3 million. That's an 85% increase. What is that?
You said what is increasing?
Special purpose revenue funds. I'm looking at the summary table, table 2.
Familiar with it?
What's the SPR fund name?
It doesn't say, it just says special purpose revenue funds, plural, are going up by 85%.
Yeah, I don't think we were aware of that one. We can follow up with you on it. I think that's related to the food and nutrition line. But we don't have details of why that was changed, so.
Who would have changed it? CFO or you?
There could be a number of places in terms of reconciliation, the mayor's office, CFO, we'd have to follow up.
Okay. Overtime pay, so I'm looking at table 3, is dropping by 6.4%. That's good. In FY23, your actuals were 4.4 million. In FY24, your actual was 4.7 million. And you're proposing for next year 5.5 million. Less than what was budgeted for this year. Maybe I should ask, what are you on track to spend this year?
I don't know if I have that in front of me. We do, the overtime costs you're reflecting are reflective of across the agency, including our schools and our custodians. And one of the things we've been really working to do is make sure that we're budgeting actual costs. We've historically settled at the end of the year with overtime costs at schools. And so we've really been working with them to make sure they're budgeting actual expenditures. And so that's why you're seeing an increases the relating their budgeting to what they're actually expending.
Okay, that doesn't tell me a lot. The actual was 4.4, then 4.7. Why can't you get by with 5?
You're also talking about school-based budgets. So the school's budget, how much overtime they need for overtime at the schools for custodial support. Some of the custodial support that we've already talked about today relates to some of the after-school activities that have been important to this committee. So we've got to be able to provide custodial support in schools. The only overtime that we generally use in central services is related to DCPS police officers and our food and nutrition services, which are based in schools.
So if I whack 500,000 off of this, the only way that actually gets implemented is by cutting schools.
Most likely.
Chairman, I'm not comfortable with the frequent references of making reductions to central services.
I have to ask the question.
Understood. But I think, again, many times you see that it will have direct impacts to schools.
So supplies and materials is going up by 115%. From 14.6 million to 31.5. That's a 16%, almost 17 million increase.
Yeah, so some of that has to do with reclassification of expenditures from a contractual line items to supplies line items. Again, most of those costs, we don't spend $16 million in supplies at central services. Most of those are all related to schools and the supplies that they need. So again, as we've really worked to be able to provide more clarity and transparency in our budget, we do see shifts where we work with schools to say that's not a contractual expense or that's not a professional services expense, that's a supplies expense. And so you do see some of those shifts within our budget. You could not cut that without affecting schools.
So the one line that isn't schools or is very little schools would be contractual services. 'Cause
Correct,
that's
yeah.
all-
Contractual services, by far, central services spends the most money in.
And we already talked about that.
We already talked about that.
And I'm looking forward. I'm going to be on the edge of my chair waiting for. Give me a second. Chancellor, you had somebody who was taking notes on all the things you're getting back on?
Yes, Chairman, we do have notes taken today. Many of the areas we'll follow up on, for example, contracts. We want to clarify the costs associated with green card implementation, a number of other items. But we're happy to send over our list to your officer so you can, verify if we missed anything.
Okay, how quickly can you get back to us? And I'm
Let me look to Abe and,
going to press you on this because
yeah, our list of everything we documented today.
the substantive response, yeah. Yeah, but let me just remind you, we go to markup 25th, which means we need it next week. I mean, we just need it next week.
We'll work to get that to you as soon as possible.
Okay, I think that's going to conclude, I think I drove off all the council members. So that's going to conclude this hearing. The Committee of the Whole's next budget hearing is on the Commission on Arts and Humanities and the Council of the District of Columbia's budgets. That's this Friday at 9:30. That's June 13th. Committee of the Whole has a hearing on all the budget legislation, regardless of committee, or transcending all the committees on Wednesday, June 18th. The time is something